Alrighty. Are we live? Let me open this up. I totally didn't open it up. There you go. Yeah. Sarahbot is here. All right, let's get back to it. Let's mute this before I forget. That'd be bad. That'd be extremely bad, actually. Please do not. Alrighty. Let's just get these ads out of the way, and then we can get started properly. Need to fill my mug with water too, so I'll do that while the ads are playing. Yeah, we're gonna have a busy day today. Busy, busy. Very busy. Busy, busy, busy. Okay. There we go. All good. Oh, yeah, please start those ads if you please. All right, I can't because I don't know why Twitch turned that off for some reason. I can no longer just play the ads. You know, I have to wait the whole minute. It says, oh, ads are starting. And previously I could just tell it to run the ad, but now I can't do that anymore. I don't know. It takes a long, long time for me to just run the ad. I don't know why. But, you know, them's the breaks, I suppose. I do not know why. And at this point, I don't know. Maybe I should just let it go and just assume that that's the way it's going to stay forever. Sorry, just things were a bit messy here, trying to fit it all. All right, let's just get these ads out of the way, and then we can start properly. All right, ads are beginning. Cool. Cool. I think I've got every announcement. Okay. Yeah, I believe everything is good to go. Just need to, you know, let the ads play out because it is what it is, I suppose. Okay. Okay. That's cool. That's all cool. I really do need to update the
Coming right up, sugar.
Yay! Hiya, TV Facts. Welcome. Thank you so much for the resub. Welcome in. I hope we're doing good. Welcome in. Hello. Thank you so much for the resub. No problems and hello. I hope we're doing good today. Hello. Oh, right. Okay. Anyway. All good. You know, I'm good. Just 7 days left for my surgery. Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, because it was the 18th. Yeah. Hopefully it all goes well. It's next Tuesday, actually. Yeah, hopefully it'll all go according to plan. That is very, very nice. Okay. I'll have to read about this later. Maybe, okay. No, because just Twitch just sent me a notification. I was looking at it. I need to take a look at this later. Whatever. Hiya, David. Welcome. Hello. I hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. Oh, I actually didn't change the thing. Crap, give me a second. I didn't change the title of the stream. I totally forgot about this. Give me a second, give me a second. I totes forgot about this. Yeah, here we go. I got the original title right here. There you go. Now we're good. Okay. Stream info has been updated. Yeah, thanks for asking. Tired, but all good. How about you? Nice. Glad to hear it. Yeah. You know, being tired is totally fine. Just as long as you're doing okay, that's the most important bit. I'm doing good. I'm doing good too. I had a week off. And I'm feeling very rejuvenated today. I'm very excited to get back on things and get more stuff done. Yeah. Exciting times all around. Oh, right. The ads are over. Let me just publish stuff. Okay. Post. I muted you. Okay, good. I didn't forget. I haven't forgotten. And post. Okay. All the posts are done. Hooray. Look at me. I'm a pro streamer, or so I've heard. Hiya Fire, welcome. Quem é streamer mais gostosa da Twitch? Quem é? Que saudades. Saudades. Welcome Fire, welcome in. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. I hope you all had a good week last week. I had a very restful week, which is quite nice. I'm actually feeling very energized and ready to go. Welcome in, everybody. I hope y'all are doing good today.
Coming right up, sugar.
Oh, thank you, Reef. Thank you. Coming right up. Yeah, welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much for the resub, Reef. Thank you.
Yeehaw, we need some GameDev right here, boys. Get in line, y'all.
I will never get tired of that soundbite. It's just so good. Welcome in, everybody. Oh my gosh. Hiya, Fluffy Panda. Welcome. It's been so long. Yeah, it's been a week. It's been the week. Where were you and how are you? Well, I was resting at home, basically. Oh, damn Scout, welcome in. Thank you so much for the cheer. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome in. Yeah, I was at home. I was resting for this past week. I guess I really needed that. I had a whole week off last time. I think it was a few weeks ago. I also had a week off from streaming, but I actually didn't stop working that week, right? So I was still very busy that whole week. But this past week I actually, stopped and took a breather, and I feel super energized. It actually did me a world of good. I'm really glad I took this week off because it definitely, had a bit of time to think about the project, had a bit of time to, see how things are going and what I should do. I had a lot to think about, and I had time to just breathe a little. So it was nice. It was really nice. Yeah. And I'm doing really good. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling ready to go. I'm feeling energized. I'm ready to tackle everything. But thank you so much for asking. Welcome in. Hiya, Jagavari. Welcome. Boa tarde, mestre Dona João Almeida. Boa tarde, Reef. Boa tarde. Welcome in, everybody. And thank you. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much. I see the world will remain hungry. That is true. Fire can no longer solve world hunger this week, apparently. It's a sad state of affairs. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Welcome in, Dem Scout. Welcome. And thank you so much for the bits. Thank you. I do appreciate it. And Hadu Kanan, welcome. Good afternoon, Mr. and other younglings. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. Damn, I came in too early. Maybe, possibly. Hi, Adora. Welcome, welcome. Aloha. Hi, Cosentino. Welcome, welcome. I hope y'all are doing good today. Welcome in, welcome in. Basically, more like you did a general cleaning. I mean, possibly, yeah. But, you know. Were you feeling a little Portuguese? Maybe, maybe. Maybe I did. Yeah. You didn't even see my letters from the frontline video? Wait, which one was that? I saw a lot of videos. I saw the one that. Wait, which one was that? I saw a bunch of them. I did keep track with most of what was happening in the Discord. I didn't reply to most of it, but I was keeping track. Oh, wait a minute. Did I miss that one? When was that one? Wait, when? Where's the original? Oh, it was in chat. Wait a minute. Oh, it was right before the cat picture. I totally missed it. Boo. I think I only read from the cat downwards. I totally missed that one. I'm so sorry. Boo. I don't know. Yeah, I just saw from the cat down. I don't know why I missed that one. I am so sorry about that one. I will try to look at it once I have a little time tonight. Sorry. Hi, Aduka. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing good. Hi, welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. I hope you're doing good today. I'm injecting coffee into my veins to make sure I'm okay. Well, there you go. So, whatever you got to do to tackle things on, that's totally fine. If that means injecting coffee into your veins, then, so be it. Was it the blood pools? What? No, it's letters from the front line. I have to see this. Oh man, I'm so sorry. I actually missed it. I feel bad now. I feel so bad. Okay. Submitted in something. You can watch it now. Yeah. Let me. Okay. Let me just. I'll have to put it up on the screen though. It's safe for streaming. We'll do. I need to turn on the OBS thing. So give me a second. Oh right, I didn't do that. But okay, I have an easy way to fix that. So give me a second. I need to okay, turn off the sound first. Pause that if you please. Turn this one on. And here we go. I'm very excited. Okay. It's actually I think it's actually nicer to see this on stream. So that way you can get my reaction in real time. Because I haven't seen this yet. I love it. Wow. This is so cool. I'm actually glad I watched this on stream. This is so cool. Incredible. Actually incredible. I love it. This one's going on the list. I have a playlist of stuff that people from chat do, and I'm putting it there. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Fire. That was so cool. I love it. I love it so much. That was so cool. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you so much, Fire. Just get the music back on. Let me continue reading chat. What did you do? Art. Exactly. Yeah. Fire did an art. Hi, Roger. Welcome, welcome. Greetings, greetings. I hope you're doing good. And David, welcome in. Good morning. Good morning. Hello, hello. I was inspired by the rebellion of the other users about not having streams. I see. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. But thank you. Thank you so much. That was so cool. That's what you said after hearing Jonah's sound bites. Yeah, yeah. But thank you. That was really cute. I really liked it. I love the voice acting, especially the never. He did a little I don't know. There's a bit of a flair on the never. It was kind of nice. I like it. I like it. Thank you so much. I can't believe I missed it. I am so sad now. But well, I actually got to watch it on stream, so you know, I guess it turned out okay. Welcome in, everybody. I hope y'all had a good last week. I had a good restful last week, so you know, I'm actually doing very well today. You talk too much and I punish you with my cat pic? That's okay. Cat pics are not a punishment. Cat pics are nice and cute. Look at this goofy goober. He is so cute. They're so cute. Look at that. Look at those eyes. Damn. Those eyes could captivate anyone. Look at that. Very cute cat, as always. Getting an LLM to generate a Civil War weary soldier was kind of the challenge. I can imagine, yeah. Look at the eyes. Yeah, the eyes they definitely stand out. They definitely are the most standout thing, for sure. Yep. Heterochromia. Yeah. It's a bit more common in animals, I believe. It does happen in humans, but it's not that common. I think in animals it happens quite more, especially in cats, I believe. But yeah, cute, as always. Very cute. Well, like I was mentioning, I did have the whole of last week to rest, relax, you know, just try to get my thoughts sorted out. And it was actually good, you know. I managed to reprioritize. So today and this week, I will be working on the game's UI. Now, I've come to a sort of a conclusion, you could say. I don't know exactly how to phrase it, but I am going to focus now, especially, I'm going to focus on the colony sim aspect of it. So I will not be working on combat. I will not be working on the overworld or anything like that. All I am doing now, and all I want to do now, is just get the colony or the base building part of the game working. And that means, you know, UI as good as I can make it, everything polished to, you know, a certain degree, right? That's what I'm going to focus on from now on. And after I get the whole base building part out of the way, then I'll start working on, the combat and everything else, if it comes down to that, right? Because what I've come to realize is that I want to add all these things to the game, but I'm spreading myself a little too thin by doing all of them at once. I need to focus on something, make that as good as I can make it, and then move on to something else, which was what I wasn't doing before. And actually, during last week, I actually was able to put it into perspective, realign my priorities, see how everything is going. And then, after, going over everything, I've come to the conclusion that I was just spreading myself out too much. So from now on, I'm going to focus on the colony sim aspect of it. I'm not going to focus on anything else. And from then, after I finish that, then we'll get to, all the other fun stuff, the combat and everything else. That means, I had plans this week to start on the UI, and that's going to continue. But I'm going to focus on the UI solely for the colony building or the base building aspect of it. That means, all the buttons, all the menus. I want everything to be as close to final as I can get it. It might still suffer changes here and there, right? But I want it to be as close to final as I can get it. But that means it's going to take a while. So the plan for this week is going to be something along the lines of, I am going to do a very rough draft of how I want the UI to look and function. And that means I'm going to draw not doing final things, but just do a very rough sketch of what I want the UI to look like, and also how it's going to look and it's going to work. After that, I need to code the UI, right? After I figure out exactly how I want it to work and how exactly it's going to function, I'm going to code it, and then I get to do the art for it. I am not expecting the draft phase to take that long. I'm hoping it'll be just today and at most tomorrow, right? And then I get started on, actually coding the elements of the UI that I haven't done yet. Some of the stuff that I do have here, I will probably reuse in some manner, but not all of it. We'll see. That's the bit. I need to figure out exactly what I'm going to keep and what I'm going to throw away. And after that, hopefully the UI coding bit is not going to take too long. And after that works, then I'll just get started on the art for it. Because that's the most exciting part, is making it look nice and pretty. But Turkish fans have this feature. Another UI rewrite. It's not technically a rewrite. It's basically just doing elements in a different way, right? Because most of the UI as it is right now, it's just buttons. It's just stuff that it's very utilitarian, and it doesn't look very good. I want this to look a little bit better. I want this to look as close to final as I can get it. But technically, it's not a rewrite. It's not like I'm going to, repurpose any of this. I don't think I'm going to keep any of this stuff. Maybe I will, some of it, or at least the code behind it, right? The code behind it is going to still do the same things. I click a button and, I place a building and stuff like that. But at least visually, it is going to look vastly different from what it's looking right now, for sure. Rebellion. Don't call it a rewrite. I've been here for years. Oh my gosh. Yeah, basically. Yeah. Climbing a mountain one step at a time. Yeah, for sure. But the most important bit here is I want to take some time to make sure that the UI that I'm going to be coding is going to be at least, if not final, at least as close to final as I can get it. Because right now, this whole UI has been put together with duct tape. It's basically just buttons that get me to do things. There is no, what's the word for it? There is no coherence. There is no aesthetic, right? It's just buttons that allow me to do things. And I want to turn it into a more, a nicer UI, let's just say. And yeah, we'll see what that means. So today I'll be going through everything. I'll be going through the screen and figure out exactly where I want to put these things. I'm probably going to take a screenshot of the game as it is right now, and I'm going to draw over it to see exactly, okay, this is where I want things to look. This is where I want things to go. That sort of stuff, basically. For those who might not get the reference to a song from 1990, that's a reference to Mama Said Knock You Out by LL Cool J. Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. Ah, I see. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for providing that context. Thank you. I might have heard it before, but I'm not remembering it. Let me look it up here real quick. I did turn off. Oh, okay. Let me see. Oh, I know this one. Yeah. Never mind. I know this one. Right. Okay. Okay. I didn't quite catch that because it's been a while since I've heard this song. But yeah. Now it's all coming back. Yeah. You should. The hook of the song is a wait. Wait. Yeah. But I know this song. I just, I wasn't remembering it. Just from name alone. Okay. I believe everything is good to go. Let me just. Okay, cool. Everything's good to go. We're good. Yeah. So yeah, that's going to be the plan for today. And also it's getting really dark for some reason. Am I going to have to turn on the lights at 3 p.m.? Are you kidding me? Yeesh. Okay, I'm gonna see if it stays this dark. If it stays this dark for, I don't know, another 30 minutes, I might just need to turn on the lights. Because it's still light enough, but it can quickly not be light enough. Okay. I'm going to pick this up. I'm actually going to do a print screen of this. And I'm going to create a new file for this. That'll do. Paste that in. Now, I believe this is a 2x2. Yeah, okay. So let's cut this in half so I can get the pixels to look as they should. There we go. I believe that's it, right? I mean, it doesn't have to be perfect. I just needed to, yeah, this will do. Okay, here is how the game is looking right now. What I want to do now is actually do a new layer on top of this. And I'm going to draw on top of this to see how this is going to look in, in the final product. I will probably need you to be a little more opaque, though, or less opaque, I should say. Not that less opaque. Okay, put me a layer beneath this. Put me a new. Okay, put that in white, all of it. Okay, now we can do this and not look weird. There we go. Because I want to draw on top of this. 75 should be okay. I can, oops. Did I? Oh, I deleted it by mistake. Oops. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay. That'll do. Now, what I want to do is I'm going to draw on top of this and see where this is going to lead me. Yeah. Hiya, Bubble Topsy. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing good. Another layer? Things are getting out of hand? You're right. It's getting out of hand. Now there's 2 of them. Well, technically, now there's 3, but yeah. Okay. So, not focusing on anything except the building part or the colony management slash building slash, simulation. I want to have a few things for this, but it'll take a few elements of this to actually get anywhere. So let's get started with the basics. First of all, I believe is the clock up here. I don't know exactly how I want this to look yet. It's still going to be a thing that this is going to be one of those elements that is probably going to take a long time to coalesce. But basically, I want something. Actually, let me do this a bit. 3? That's too thick. 3 will do. Maybe 2. Let me test out 2. No, 3. 3 is okay. Yeah, I like 3. Okay. So the thing that I want to do here is I want to create sort of a rounded shape up here at the top with the information, right? I will want to have kind of like, I don't know. There's a few games that do this, but I can't put any of them on top of my head as of this moment. But there is a bit where you actually have something like this. There's a sun and a moon, and it kind of rotates as the time goes by. Kind of like that, basically. So this would be our clock, quote unquote. It's interesting that you decided to pull back on what you're focusing. I did the same thing for a project that I'm working on. Put it all behind a feature flag and turned it off. Fairly liberating, actually, to just allow myself to ignore for now. Yeah, that's basically the thing. It's not like I don't want that to be in the game. It's still there. I still worked towards it, and that's still I still want that to be part of the game. But, at some point, and this is something that I've come to realize over the time that I was away, I really want to have something out that people can play. And I can't do that if I keep, just focusing on all the stuff all the time instead of just focusing on one thing and making the best I can, right? That's going to help me, also get the game out there faster. Because then, I can add stuff on top of that later. But by ignoring it for now, at least I'll have something to show, right? Off to lunch. Unfortunately, today is opposite day, so I won't have leave a lurk to save some battery. That's totally fine. Don't worry about it. Be back in an hour or so. That's totally fine. Thank you so much for being here, Reef. It's totally fine. Don't worry. It's totes fine. Don't worry about it. Something along the lines of, I don't know exactly how this is going to look, right? This is just a little sun. There's a little moon up here as well, but I'm not going to draw that. It'll have some stars here, symbolizing nighttime. No, eventually passes on today, stuff like that, basically. I can do little moon up here. Yeah. Something like this. I don't know exactly how this is going to look, but I want to have different ways for the player to pass the time. I want to have basically 2 ways of doing it. You can still do it through a button if you want to be precise, right? you'll still have a button here somewhere that says, okay, pass an hour or something. But another thing that I really would like to do at some point is you being able to turn this dial. I can show it by just doing something like this. You could just turn it a few times like this, right? And that would tell the game how many hours the player wanted to pass, right? It would basically just say something down here, hours that you're going to pass or something. That's going to be a fluff thing, but we'll see. Because that's one of the things that I think would be cool to have. I will still need this information about year and month and day somewhere. Not sure if it's going to be a hover thing, but we'll keep that as we go. But yeah, at least I want to condense all this clock information into something a bit more visually appealing, and that would be this sort of day night wheel thing. I really wanted to have this done in like a stone instead of being an actual drawn thing. It would be a stone with engravings on it with the moon and the sun and everything like that. I think that would be interesting. Don't know if I'm going to be able to pull that off. I do have a new palette now that I can use to do all this stuff, so that's actually easier to do now. But I don't want to focus on colors or on materials just yet. All that I want to focus on right now is just what should be in the screen. What should be on screen? What should I show the player? How I'm going to show that? That's, for something, that's another pass. That's something else that I need to consider, but that's something else that I need to work on. And possibly, because I was thinking, I was thinking about all the other games that I played, up to this point, and some of the games are within this, well, not in this genre specifically, but they're kind of adjacent to it, right? I would probably put some of the information that we have from other things up here at the top. So I'd have a little bar up here with all the extra information, and I'd have the clock in the middle, kind of like a separator of sorts. I kind of Age of Empires adjacent in a way, where you have, I think it's your wood, your food. You have this whole top bar where you have your wood, you have little bits with the wood, food, stone, and gold, I think I don't know if it's by that order specifically, but yeah, something like that. And also, I think they have people too, but that's because they have a people limit. I'm not sure if I'm going to have a people limit, but anyway, it would be something that would help condense the information in a place, right? Instead of having it all just strewn about all over the place right here, right? Because right now, if you want info, you need to go here. And I was thinking, if I have, for example, information on the villagers right here. So you have, 10 villagers, right? You'd have something like a little face or a little, it's hard to do that in this small space, but, a little person droplet. And then you have 10 people right here. And then you should be able to click that. This should be a clickable button that would then get you to the menu that I have where you can list everybody and you can manage them from there, right? But we'll get to that. That's going to be something that I have to, I'll have to see exactly what from this I want to keep, basically. So, for example, this transfer resources and transfer people, those are going to be turned off for now. Because there is no such thing as going out of the village. That is not going to be a thing for now. Right now, the village is the only thing that matters. So there will be no caravans. There will be no going to the outside world. The only thing that matters right now is the village itself. So, yeah, this is all gonna go away. It will come back eventually, but not now. Hi, Ace! Welcome. I hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Hello. So yeah, these two, definitely out of it. This one too, because technically we're not gonna have a party just yet. Combat is also out. So the only thing that we need from this button is the population list. Also, no leave, because village is going to be the only thing that you're going to be able to play for now, right? I want to focus on the village itself. So the only thing that we need here is the population list. That's why I'm thinking I should have something up here. I don't know exactly how. How do I? Oh, it's like this. Okay. It doesn't need to be 100% straight. But yeah, something. I don't know how wide it should be. I'm making it a bit extra wide, but it doesn't have to be this wide. But somewhere up here, we'll have information. I want a button that has immediate information, but that you can click on and then it'll open up a menu with more details as to whatever the button pertains to, right? So for example, this one is going to be our villagers. So we'll have a little, I don't know, little person right here, like that. Something like that. And then you get the number of people in your village, for example. I could also have a bit more immediate information, such as how many people are idling, for example, at this very hour. But okay, I'll just put in something like this. And when you click on here, this will take you to the population list, which I do hope it's still working here. Yeah. So when you click on that, you open up the population menu, and you can see every villager, what their stats are, what everything they've got going on is, all of those things, basically. As for building stuff, I kind of want to make this a retractable menu. I'm thinking, I keep going back to Age of Empires, which is the thing that, I remember the best out of all of it because I've played it so much. But let me look up a reference here. I did play it recently. It wasn't last week, but I did play it recently. Let me see if I can find a good screenshot that has the menu on top of it. Because in Age of Empire, here we go. Okay, here's a good example. I mean, it's kind of blurry, but that's okay. We don't need it to be 100%. So you can see here, you got the game area, and this part down here, that one always stays. I don't necessarily want that to happen. I don't want this whole thing to be here all the time, right? I don't need a mini map. That's not a thing. But this part here where you have the buildings that you can construct, you can even, go to the military portion of the buildings, right here. And you can cancel that too. This kind of becomes the menu for pretty much everything. So if you click on a building, for example, instead of having, building buttons, you have buttons to research technologies or to, recruit troops. You got all that going on. I don't think I need to have it this specific way, but I would like to have a small corner where you'd actually list everything that you can build in a way. It's going to be a thing, but yeah. I don't know how that's going to look though. There's also this. I don't know where to put this. I could put it up here, actually. Should I put it up here? I'm not sure. But yeah, for now, let's put it up here. Sure, why not? Let's put up 2 buttons here. I want them to be tied together. I don't know if this is the best place to put them, but I can always change their place once I got them going. But yeah, at least it would be a dedicated place to put the layering buttons. Actually, wait. There we go. So this would be, oh, I actually kept that. So it would be basically just that. Instead of being here, because over there, they kind of get lost in the sauce a little bit. You don't even know what that is doing. So in here, I would probably move this aside a little bit. And have sort of an icon to indicate that these are the layers of the game. Like this. Something that would indicate that, right? It doesn't need to be exactly this, but okay. This would be, the whole layers bit. As for building things, though, I get, because most of the games that I've played in this genre, they'll do one of 2 things. You either have a menu down here somewhere. It's usually down. And they will either have a list, because that's what happens with cultures, right? When you ask, you can pick up a villager and you can tell them, okay, build this thing. Or you have a menu for everything. A menu, like a God menu where you can build stuff on. Actually, I don't remember, but it's kind of hard to replay it because the demo was out. But Pax Romana, let me look up a screenshot of Pax Romana to see exactly how it looks. Because if I remember correctly, their building menu. I need it. I need a search for Anno Pax Romana because if not, it'll just give me other stuff. Do I have a UI? Okay, here it is. Yeah, it was down here. Well, this is really small though. Do you have a bigger image? That'd be nice. These are so tiny. This one's a bit better, but it's still not. They're all so tiny. You can barely see anything. Let me see. I'm gonna try to look it up. Okay, I think I got one. Okay, perfect. Okay, I think this one's good. Yeah, this one's good. Okay, here we go. I mean, it has a lot of information here that, I will probably not need half of this in the game as of yet, but you can see that the building menu, the whole thing is down here. You can see, your people, your resources, your buildings, all that jazz. Oh, hiya, Brave Traveler. Welcome. Hi. I hope you're doing good. I think my stream preview just got shot. Why? Oh, okay. It's back on now. Okay, I had to refresh that bit. I don't know. Don't question it. But yeah, you usually have a building, a list of buildings, or at least a menu to build buildings down here. Whereas, for example, in cultures, if I remember correctly, you needed to select a villager and tell them to build a thing. Maybe not. No, actually, no. I'm just remembering it. I believe it's a menu on top of. It's to the side now that I think about it. So there's always a menu that is accessible anywhere, which is probably what I want to do too. Let me see if I can find a good screenshot of it. Oh man, it's going to be rough, isn't it? Oh, okay. This one's actually quite good. Okay, this screenshot helps quite a bit. Okay, you can see here, the building menu is right up here. So there's always a dedicated button for you to build stuff. And it then opens up a menu of, it's kind of like a list. You just select it from a list. And then you place it wherever you want. I don't know if I want it to be like this, although this does kind of go with the part where I do need a dedicated button to build things. If that is done down here, like it's happening in, well, it happens here in Anno, but it happens in pretty much a lot of other games of the genre. I don't know yet. Because right now, I probably would need a list of buildings to see exactly how I should organize them. But my gut feeling tells me okay, for starters, I will just have a small bit at the bottom. Because you can see here in the game, if I go here, it's going to be a little buggy, but don't worry too much about it. I do have all these buildings that I can build right here to the left, but most of these buildings are going to be largely unneeded by the time I cull all this off. I had these buildings previously because there was no other way for me to set up people to do certain things. But now things have changed. I can actually click on a person and tell them, okay, you start cutting trees now, and they'll go and do that. I don't need a woodcutter building specifically to do that. So most of these buildings are going to be just irrelevant at this point. So I'm not going to have a lot of buildings. So gut instinct is telling me that I should probably have something like this. I have so few buildings as of yet that maybe just listing them all down here is probably going to be okay. There is something interesting that is happening here in Pax Romana where the resources are right here, which makes it kind of clever. Because, for example, in Age of Empires, here it is. Let me put this down here. In Age of Empires, you have the costs down here, but then you have to go all the way up to the top of the screen to check if you have the resources enough for, building things. But it's interesting the way Anno does it, where they have the resources right down here, right next to where you set up what you're going to build and where. I think that's a bit more interesting. Although, I'll have to think about this carefully. Because it is a nice place to put it in terms of construction. Because I believe these are the resources that are used for construction specifically, right? So I could have something similar in the sense that, okay, certain construction resources will always be updated down here next to the buildings. But to be fair, it's not exactly needed because I'm thinking I am going to the system of this game doesn't necessarily need the resources to be visible all the time. You can still set something to build, but not have the resources for it immediately, right? Because in city builders, this happens quite a lot, where you can only place a building if you have the resources for it previously, before placing it. But for colony sims, that's not always the case. It's more often the case that you will be able to place buildings, but then you won't be able to build them instead, right? You can place them down. You can place the schematics for the building down, but you can't actually progress because you don't have enough resources. That happens a lot with cultures too. It's hard to see right here, right? Because this is not a building thing. But you can place a building wherever you want and not have the resources for it immediately. But the builders will just sit there and say, hey, I don't have the resources for this. You need to gather more wood or more stones or more whatever, right? But the building placement is still there. You can still place the building. So it's not too important to have the resources listed while you're building. Sure, it's nice. For example, if I hover, like over here on Age of Empires, if I hover over a building and it says, okay, it needs these resources. It needs, 10 wood, for example. It's kind of nice to tell the player, hey, you don't have 10 wood right now. You can place this, but you won't be able to build it to build it fully because you don't have the resources for it. But you can still place it, right? I think that's a better way of doing it. I don't think I need to list the resources down here like they do it, like in an Anno. I don't know if that works that way in Anno, but and unfortunately I can't check anymore because the demo, I believe, was nuked from orbit. But I believe you were only able to place buildings if you had the resources for them. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't remember 100% how this worked. And I only played the demo once. So it's not that fresh in my mind recently. So that kind of sucks. That's okay. We'll do what we can. But yeah, this only cements the fact that I want to have buildings down here somewhere. I don't know exactly where. I don't want to do it in the side. It's not a nice place to put it. Cultures does it, The building menu is off here to the side. It's okay because it's a bit upper here, but I think having it down here is a bit more central, and it kind of gives off that impression. It gives you immediately it communicates immediately that you're supposed to build things, right? Instead of being just an offhanded menu somewhere. So maybe that's the way I'll go. Yeah. Hi, Hotel. So welcome. Menu should be on the bottom. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I definitely think so too. Yeah. Legend 731. Welcome. Hi. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Or do the opposite to be different. No, I don't want to be different just for the sake of being different. The positioning of these menus and this kind of UI and UX work has been established for a reason. There are, reasons for this kind of stuff to be where it is. So, I don't want to be contrarian just for the sake of being contrarian, basically. Hi, Everest Coder. Welcome. Did I say hi to you yet? I don't think I did. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Your presentation video released yet? I don't know. I'm going to say no. I'll have to check, but I don't think it has come out yet, sadly. Build queue? Technically, well, there isn't a build queue because The only thing that prevents a building from getting built is the fact that you have people working on it or not. There is no such thing as a build queue per se. It's just there are buildings and you need to decide their priorities so that your builders can get to work. Basically, that's basically it. Hi, Annex! Alti para o while, a streamer lembrou-se que da plebe ligou a stream. True, true. Eu liguei a stream hoje, apeteceu-me. Estava só naquela. You know, só para ser fixe. Oh my gosh. Welcome in, Next. I hope you're doing good. End of 2025, still not processed. Blame a FFM bag. Yeah. I mean, no, it's probably because they have other stuff to do. You know, I'm not gonna fault them too much for that. That's totally okay. Right now, I am getting the feeling because most of these buildings are not going to be here. Not. Well, maybe this one. We'll see. There's the warehouse. I need to do the warehouse. The warehouse needs to stay. Yeah, warehouse needs to stay. House is also staying. No. Well, this one should stay. These two are just not needed at all. So technically we'll have what, 3 buildings for starting out? And even this one is kind of iffy. I'm not sure if it's gonna work that way yet. Oh, as they're starting soon, I will take a quick break and then I'll come back. And hopefully I'll, finish this whole design down so I can actually start working on it. Kind of excited to start working on it. Buena fish. Hope you had a nice week and rested plenty. Yes, I rested quite a bit this week. Or last week, I should say. It was really nice. It actually gave me a lot of energy. I'm feeling very energized. I'm back and ready to go. But thank you. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Feeling good about stuff. It's nice. But thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I believe when I come back, I'm going to try to just tackle the whole building thing. It's not going to be too big because there's just, 3 buildings at most that we'll have here. Maybe a bit more, but we'll see. There's also a few extras. I want to add roads and fences, possibly walls. We'll see. Okay. Ads are in progress. I'll take a quick break, like I mentioned, and I will see you guys in a little bit. So I will see you in a few minutes. Pew! Hello, everybody. I have returned. All right. Let's keep on working on this, shall we? Shouldn't take too long, at least not for this main menu. I do want to work through other menus down when I get to it, but yeah. So I think the build menu, I'm going to take this out of here. This is not going to be useful for now. It might be useful later on, but I'm going to turn it off. So no more dialogue window, at least for now, right? John Leonard, welcome. Hello. May I ask, what is the music called? Oh, gosh, sorry. Hold on. In the background. This is the soundtrack for Divine Divinity. It's, if you look at the stream video, the name of the song is going on at the bottom. But yeah, during the Be Right Back screen, it doesn't have that. But all of these are the soundtrack for Divine Divinity by Kirill Prokofsky. I better I better type that. I believe that's how it's spelled. I might have made a mistake. Is it Prokofsky? Okay, but I don't know exactly the spelling of the gentleman's name, but yeah. Yeah, it's the soundtrack for the original Divine Divinity. It's really nice. I do like it. Sounds great. Yeah, it is a great soundtrack. I love it to death. It's really, really nice. It has some very nice songs too. Okay. I don't know exactly how I'm going to do this though. What would be? Because I don't want to do just buttons here like that. It feels kind of too simple. I mean, maybe that would be the best way to go about it, is just making it simple, I suppose. But at the same time, I don't know. Because I only have 3 buildings that I need to build at this point. Right? The house, the warehouse, and possibly a carpenter's shop or something like that. We'll add more, of course. We'll have more. There's also the deconstruct building that action specifically I will need to put up somewhere. Where would I put something like that? Because yeah, it should be here somewhere. Maybe, because these buttons could also be down here instead of being up here. They might be more useful closer to where I am building things. Right? That makes sense. Any special reason for adding buttons up top? Those are just, they're just information, I guess. So up here, I would have something along the lines of, your population. It's basically a way to get buttons out of here. So you see population list right here. I wanted to move that to a more central location. of sorts. So I was trying to put that up here instead, next to the clock. So the clock would become this sort of dais of sorts, almost like a solar clock. Being a solar clock would be actually kind of cool. I'd like to have something like that, but I don't know. But I don't want to fill up the whole screen because some games do that. For example, Age of Empires kind of does that. But I wanted to avoid doing something like that. If it came to this, I would probably just cut it here, right? I wouldn't make it occupy the whole thing, because that would be crazy. Oh, give me a second. Oh, sorry about that. That's okay, because it also has info displayed. I meant the other ones. Oh, the layers? I'm not sure if they should be there. I'm trying to figure out where they should go, but I get the feeling that probably that's not the best place for them. I'm trying to work it out, basically. See where they should go. But maybe I should just make this into put it down here somewhere. I'd have the buildings to build here. And then the layers down here too, somewhere. As someone who loves these sorts of games, I appreciate using the edge as much as possible. Using the top edge as global information is great. It allows me to glance at it to get information. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. But yeah, these can't be here. I get the feeling. I'm going to put them down here somewhere. Now, where and how, that's going to be a different story, but yeah. I appreciate all info up top, but gameplay buttons are, yeah. We'll probably have to. I'll probably have to change that. Are you going to have a mini map or something like that? Those layers would go neat next to it. I'm not sure if I'm going to have a mini map just yet. At least I wasn't thinking about doing it. I wasn't thinking of doing that, but you are right. I mean, top is global information. Bottom is actively what I can do. Makes sense. Left is setting the mode. Right would be depth information. I see. You know what I was thinking? Maybe it's not a good way to do it. I was thinking it's probably not going to work very well. I'm just thinking out loud. Sort of like a depth thing. And you could just move it up or down to set what layer you're on. But maybe that's too complicated. I don't want to make this too complicated. Because I could do that here, and then I'd have, buttons to. And you could drag. I get the feeling that that's not going to work. Hiya, Weejoan. Welcome. You need the UI to take it up at least 80% of the screen space, just like WoW Raiders. I mean, don't tempt me. I might just do it. I'm just kidding. That's generally how I see stuff. Wish stuff worked. But that does make sense. Yeah. And from what I've seen, barring older games where there wasn't any specific language, UI language used, I've seen that games have veered towards that sort of layout for sure. You know, how many layers are you going to have? Well, right now, I only have 3, maybe 4 at best. But I would have more, I think. I don't know how to communicate that easily, though. It's and technically, well, I could have layers for terrain, but I only have them for buildings right now. So when I place a building from the floor to the rooftop, it's usually 4 layers. At least for now, but that could be liable to change at some point. Was a healer. I feel seen. Makes sense. But yeah, the building needs to go down here. That I get quite the feeling, yeah. Something like Anno UI fits your game nicely, so maybe something along those lines. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Yeah, for sure. I actually have it right here. I have it open up here so I can take a look at it. Yeah, something like this. Yeah, for sure. They do have a mini map. Should I have a mini map? I wasn't thinking of incorporating a mini map, to be quite honest. But maybe I should. It does help with navigation, though, so maybe I should add that in at some point. But yeah, the building menu definitely should be down here for sure. I don't know. I'd have to play it again because I only played the game once. I don't even remember what half of these buttons do anymore. Right, because there are 2 things here. I just looked at the game itself. There are 2 things here that I haven't done yet, and that I will want to have them in the future. I want a button for roads. Wait, what was the second thing? Walls. That's it. Well, but technically I'm not going to have military just yet, so I'm going to postpone the walls bit. But the roads, I definitely want that. I want to have those in. Yeah, for sure. Maybe a mini map not of your village, but of the world. I guess, yeah. Hi, Night Child. Welcome. Moved your game to 3D. Nice. Oh, yeah. So you can see other villagers' movement. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how, because that was something that I was discussing at the beginning of the stream. I do want to add the overworld and everything with the villages and all, but for a starter demo, so to speak, I am going to forego all of that. You're just going to have your village, you build your village, you manage your villagers, and I'm going to try to focus and make that the best that I can. After that is complete, I'll move on to, combat and overworld and all of that. I'm going to try to focus everything on just village management for now. But I mean, a minimap would be useful maybe in that sense. I'll keep that in consideration. I don't know, yeah. No walls yet. Fences are basically like walls. There could be that, yeah. Oh yeah, fences would actually be okay. No, I mean, I will add fences once I have animals. But not before, I don't think. I'll wait until I have animals in, and then I'll add in fences. So maybe just roads. Roads and buildings, and that's it. And then I could upgrade the fences to, because fences are basically just a way for me to do enclosed spaces. We'll see. Focus development. What are we? Good game devs and such? Yeah, no, because, it was something that I mentioned this before, but over the course of last week, I had a bit of time to just distance a bit from the project and all. And I felt that I needed to focus a little bit so I can get something out. If I spread myself out too thin, it'll be more complicated and I won't have anything done. I'll have a lot of things that work, but none of it is polished in the way that I could show someone. So I'm trying to just taper that down. I am going to focus exclusively on colony building. I'm going to turn off everything else. You'll no longer be able to go into the overworld. You'll no longer have combat. For now, I'm going to just lock in to colony building and management. That's it. And, eventually, once I nail the colony aspect of it, then I'll start moving on to that other stuff. I'll turn them on bit by bit and add, new stuff to it. That's basically it. It's boss, yay. Hiya, Rubix. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. The story of unexplainable magical sorcerer. Exactly. Welcome in, Rubix. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Fences would map to walls eventually. You have gates and walls. That is true. Yeah, I could definitely just... It's basically the same thing with just different robustness in a way. Yeah. Fences would be very feeble, right? You could tear it down with, just a few hits, but with walls, you'd have quite a bit more to work with. First, you have to enjoy the freedom before you are encaged. That's true. What's the real usage of walls other than making your villagers walk around them? I mean, yeah, protection, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, for sure. Please keep at least the nude woodworker. I'll think about it. Hi, Rhiannon. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Kink unlocked. That is true. Naked woodworker. Do I want to do a rounded thing? Yeah, these are not going to be here. I just realized. Okay, those are not going to be here at all. But I need to figure out exactly where they go. If I had a mini map. It would either be here or here, right? That's where it makes most sense. I'm taking a look because I know Age of Empires this side. But for example, Anno and Cultures, they both do it on the left side. I guess it makes sense, for games where you have to pay close attention to the mini map at all times. I guess it makes sense to be on the right because it is a big part of your management thing. But in games where you don't have to pay close attention to the mini map as much, it kind of makes sense for it to go on the left side. But at the same time, do I need a mini map for something so small? I don't know. I am going to put that on the optional category, I think. Protection. So battles will take place while taking structure into consideration because now it doesn't, right? It just uses them as a way to block certain parts. So right now, if you have a building between you and your enemy, you have to go around the building. But you can't, for example, destroy part of that building. That's not a thing that I'm doing right now. I mean, technically you could try, but I could try to put that in, but that would be extra stuff that I would need to do. But I want to avoid combat now. I'll do the best for the village building. Combat, I'll consider that later, I think. Thank you, King of Kings. It's just for the town, right? Do you need a mini map when in the town view? I promise I'm typing this before I hear you say it. No, it's okay because it's also something that is going through my mind. I mean, unless the village becomes so big it's untenable to just scroll around and see what's happening, I don't think I need it. At least not for now. If people start complaining about it, not having a mini map, maybe then I can try to have that in. But I believe as of right now, because it's going to be such a small contained experience, the mini map might be too much overkill. But we'll see, that's something that I'll have to consider in the future. So for now, I'm not going to consider the mini map. I will leave both of these corners open though. I'll leave these corners open just so in case I need to put that in, right? I'm going to leave those in there. For the building bit, I think I'm just going to have... I'm going to have this section down here with the 3 buildings that I can build right now. Well, technically it's going to be 2 for now. We'll see. Whatever building, how many buildings there are, I'll put them down here. I will get rid of this and this. I'm going to take this out of here, so that's not going to be there anymore. But there's 3 more things I need to consider. I need to build roads. I need to destroy buildings. And I need to change my layers. Let me think. How would I add that in? You sound like a supervillain. Don't I always? Isn't that my shtick? That I always sound like a supervillain? Mwahaha. Should roads be the same size as actual buildings, though? Maybe it could be. Maybe one of these could just be the roads. You'd have the house here. Warehouse here. And roads here. It's not going to look like that. That's a modern road, but you know what I mean. But then I would need the layers. I was thinking maybe I'll do a side paneling here where I have the layer buttons. This will need a little bit of embellishment. I am aware. But that would get this out of here. I could use this symbol here somewhere. Oh, I needed the deconstruct as well. Where am I going to put that? I could do build. Well, how would a destroy building be done? Let's do a little cross for now. But, it's not supposed to be a cross. And then I would have a little symbol appear signifying that, you have more stuff. And then when you click build, it would actually open up a building on top of it. And then you'd have, a home, the warehouse, the road. And then something like this for the layering. Yeah, something like that could work. This bit is not going to be here anymore. I kind of want to balance this out though. How would I balance this out? I'd have to add something here. So you'd have something like this. Because I don't want to occupy the whole thing. There's still this. I'm not even sure if I want to have this here. Technically, this is not going to be here anymore because I don't have the notion of parties anymore. But I do like this. I think this has potential. I just need to be careful exactly with how I'm going to lay this out. Especially, this is the part that worries me. To make it look like this, I will need quite a bit of space to make this readable. So I'm not 100% sure this is going to work at the end of the day, but we'll keep this here. So this is out, both done in the same breath. The population list is going up here. I could have a ring out here with buttons. Not exactly sure how this would, yeah. Theoretically changing your game every time a competitor arises? No. What competitor would that even be? No, but I'm not just changing the game. I'm just changing the UI because the UI is pretty bad. And it was supposed to be temporary. I'm trying to make it final. I'm not changing the game, at all. Anno? Oh, no. I mean, I'm looking at Anno as a... What's the word for it? As inspiration, but it's not because Anno came out that I'm doing all of this. I had this planned out already. Not sure about the buttons though. I'll have to think about that. Because I could have that's not gonna look great in pixel art, I don't think. I think I'm gonna let that go. I'm actually going to let that go. But I did want to add a button. Oh, you know what could go here? Time. Something like that. And then, but yeah, I would still be nice to have a few buttons here to add hours to things. Not sure how that would look though. I'll have to think about that. There's this bit too. The main menu and such. Could put that here. A few games do it up here. Where do the other games do it? Up at the top left corner, top right corner. Yeah, because I was doing it at the top right corner. Some games do it top right. Actually, let me just do something. I don't know why I wasn't doing this before. I'd much rather have this here in a as a ref file. Way easier to manage. Okay, let me just save this. Give me a minute. Oh, right. I think I had a folder specific for that. Just find it real quick. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Easier to keep it all in a file here that I can look at. A little easier. It has a few controls that make it way easier to check things. Okay. But if I go here, yeah, most of the stuff is here. I'm assuming the menu is also here. I don't remember exactly. But some games do it here. Some games just do it here, which is weird. Culture 2, in terms of UI, is not a very good the UI is cute and all, but it definitely doesn't, what's the word for it? It's a bit out there. It doesn't cater to modern sensibilities, I don't think. And yeah, you have Age of Empires, which does it here, the options thing. I don't know. Because there's nothing there, right? Is that it? I really wish I could play the demo again so I could get a feel for it. There are a few things here, but these are mostly just warnings and stuff. I'm going to keep that there as an off thing. But I will change I'll change the positioning, I'll change the way it looks, but this will have to stay here. So I will do a little bit of an enclosed thing here, something like this. Yeah, I think that's the best way to go. And this way, I can have a little element right here at the corner. For, all that other stuff. I'm not sure what kind of icon that would be, but maybe like a wheel or something. Because this feels kind of anachronistic. I don't like it. Maybe like a wheel, but that looks weird. That looks really weird. I don't know. We'll see. Something. We'll keep it there. But that element needs to stay there, I think. Just needs to be a little better spaced, I feel. Punching Pepe. Welcome in. Hi. Welcome in. Hello. I hope you're doing good. Welcome in. I think that's it for the main screen. I might put some other stuff. In the future, I might include this whole screen. Well, not a screen, but this element with information and stuff. For now, I will turn it off. It's fine. I'll keep it to something like this. I think this can work. I'll have to, actually implement this itself, but I do get the feeling that this might improve things. Okay, that's it for the main screen. I think this works. But there's not only that, is there? I need other stuff to work too. I have two other things, well, three main things that I need to work on. Character selection menu. So when I click on a character, what shows, right? It's not just this. I would like when I hover over a character that it's actually telling me what it's doing. Because right now I don't have that. I have that for buildings. I don't have that for villagers, but I want to change that. I want to have that for villagers too. That sort of info would go well, like here or something. Assuming I don't have the minimap there, right? The minimap would be here. So wherever the minimap is, the other one wouldn't be. That's basically it. I'm really scared about this specific bit. This might just be too much space. It's two buttons and it has something in the middle. It's going to be tricky. If it was just the two buttons like this, yeah, but it doesn't communicate enough what it is. So that might be a problem. We'll see. But okay, assuming that that's all working correctly. Building and character info are going to go here. They're no longer going to be something that's attached to the character or the building itself, because that means a whole lot of problems in terms of positioning that I don't want to deal with. So yeah, I think this is the best way to do it. I'll have some information here about what the building is or what the character is doing. And then I'll have a few actions that I can do here, depending on what kind of thing I'm selecting, what kind of building am I selecting as well. But yeah, this is going to be the... Okay, let's actually put this in a new layer. New layer for that. Okay, let's call this selection. This would be village, I guess. Turn that off. Let's do a selection thing. Well, actually keep the village on because I want to see how much space I have. Well, to be fair, this bit is going to go down. It's not going to be here in the middle of the screen, but you know what I mean. 2 buttons and something in the middle. Who might that be? You know, it could be so many things. Basically, a button to center on whatever I'm selecting. Button to close this menu. You know, useful. Little icon. In this case, we're going to make a person, but buildings should be more or less the same here. Depending on what I'm selecting, then this information, this whole content will change. This whole thing will change. Oh, ads are starting in a few seconds. I will take a break while the ads are playing and then I'll come back. Letting y'all know. This is actually, I just remember that I might want to have a third button here. I might want a third button here for designations. So for example, if I want woodcutters to cut a space of trees instead of leaving to their own devices, I want them to focus on clearing a few trees. I might want a designations button here somewhere. Something like a hand pointing or something. Something like that, you know. Doesn't have to look like that. But. Something like that. Okay. Oh, ads have been running for a bit. Okay. I will see you all in a few minutes. Sorry about that. I totally missed that. But yeah, I was just so concentrated. But yeah, I'll be back in a bit. So I'll see you then. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Sorry about that. I took a little longer than I needed to, or that I wanted to. But I am back. Sorry about that. We have a third button at home. That we do. That we do. Hey, look who's back right on time. Right on time. Welcome back, Reef. Welcome back. Oh, the Amanda Queen. My queen. Hallowed be thy name. Thank you. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Love you, the new UI. I mean, I'm working on it. It's still not. Yeah, it's still not quite there yet, but I am trying. I'm experimenting with layouts and stuff. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. Looks ready to me. Yeah, I mean, I ship it. Ship it. Yeah, but I've been experimenting with a few things. This is not supposed to be here. Oops. This is not supposed to be here. It's supposed to be down here. But we'll see. I'm experimenting. Actually, let me move this over. So I can put this here. I mean, it looks kind of iffy. Maybe I should give it a bit more space. Like that. It's the whole thing. Don't worry about it. There. So, build, destroy, or deconstruct, whatever you want to call it, and then designations. It's not perfect, but you know. I'm just fiddling with something but I just wanted to get it right, but I can't get it right. Whatever. It's just a hand pointing. I probably should, if I made this a little bit smaller, then it would, improve things by quite a bit. Just enough. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. It's weird. But yeah, I don't know what to do with this one's fairly default. I don't know what to do with this one. I have no idea. Build boring, deconstruct too corporate, smash Hulk like looking good, clobber. That's the thing. I don't know what to do with the destroy button though. I don't want it to be a cross. It's just the first thing that came to mind, but I definitely want to change it. Don't know. this whole bit for layers. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. We'll see. Very eerie music. Oh yeah, Divine Divinity has a lot of music like that. It's kind of atmospheric. It's it's real nice. Maybe not so much, in other contexts outside of the game, but in context, really dang good. The clobber button. It should be a stone of fist hitting the ground, obviously. Possibly. Because, okay, let me look up a screenshot from other games. Let me look it up here real quick. I can close these now. Let me see. Let me see the game with UI. It has to have UI on it. That'll do. Yeah. Even there, it's a cross. Or wait, is it? No, it's a guy with a shovel. I remember now. The cross is the undo, I think. It's this. Okay, let me see if I can. Can you open that? Where? Oh no, this is the new one. No, I want the old one. Okay, I'll just open it this one. It's fine. See, this is the deconstruct one. Everything else is construction. It's just the kinds of buildings. So housing. I don't remember what this one is. I think these are roads. I don't remember. Farming, industry, commerce, entertainment. Why are there two entertainments here? Is this? Yeah, this is definitely. Something is wrong with this screenshot. What the heck is wrong with this thing? Okay, let me look up another one. Okay, I guess this will do. Just put it up here. There you go. It's religion, right? It's here. So housing, roads, destroy or deconstruct or whatever. Farming, industry, commerce, religion. No, entertainment, religion, education, sanitation, and civics. And military here, but it's turned off. So yeah. Shovel could be a thing for that, but I guess I could put in a shovel at some point, but wouldn't that signify something different? Because you can technically use shovel for other stuff. 2-1 must be roads. That guy looks like a crossing guard. I mean, now that you say it. Now that you say it, yeah. I think this is roads. If I remember correctly, this is roads. I haven't played in a little bit, but I do think that's roads. Can't unsee. I mean, maybe they did it with that in mind, when you think about it. Let me see. What other games have I played where I could get inspiration from? I could. Because I'm just looking at the symbology of it all. Let me see if I can find. Because I believe Age of Empires is just a cross. I'm trying to look up a screenshot, but it's going to be hard because I'm looking at very specific things. I'm not even sure you can actually destroy a building from these buttons alone. Can I? Because I'm seeing here. Okay, let me see. There is this one. But I don't think you could destroy buildings from there. You had a hotkey for it. But you don't have anything here to destroy something. Was there a button for that? None of this is that. They didn't have a dedicated destroy button, did they? It had a hotkey. But I don't think they had an actual button for that. A sledgehammer is more intuitive than a shovel to me. Yeah, I guess so. But then what would I use for the build part? Because I was thinking of using a hammer and, using both a hammer and a sledgehammer. Unless I do it some other way, like a crumbled wall or something like that. Use fire if you're talking about deleting a unit, of course. Yikes. The part of stream someone would call fire. I've been called worse today. Dang, fire. A portrayal of bricklaying for build. Could be. Age of Empires was just with the delete key, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I don't think they have a dedicated button. At least I'm not finding it. And I don't remember ever seeing it either. I think it's just the delete key, yeah. Let me look up something. When you have a building up and you've selected it, I need a screenshot of decent size for this. And it needs to have a building selected. Okay, here we go. Oh, it's just a button with text on it. That really sucks. Yeah, because I was trying to look at cultures for this. But it's literally just a button that says demolish. Boo. A crumbling wall may be mistaken for a raising wall, maybe. Yeah, that's why I kind of wanted to avoid that. Because you could take it either way, right? It could be either the wall is getting built or it's getting torn apart, and you have no way of figuring out which is which. I need some other iconography, but I don't know exactly what that would be. I need more archers. Let me murder all my berries gatherers. Oh my gosh. You say that, but That was a legit strat. I have too many villagers. Got to get rid of them. I can't convert them, so, you know, might as well as get rid of them. That was kind of weird. And yeah. Oh, you know what I could get some inspiration from? Let me see. I wonder if this could work. Let me see if I... I don't think, yeah. Because I was just looking at it. So I was thinking of The Sims, but I don't think there's a destroy building there. Well, there isn't a destroy building because, you know, you're building the whole thing. But let me see if I can find a screenshot of people actually building. I might have to look up a video. Because it's a very precise moment in time, and I don't think people are going to have screenshots of that readily available. It is a more modern setting, though. That is a problem. The iconography might not be one-to-one. But if it's something common, it might be okay. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. It's complicated. It's very complicated. Then who would build more houses? Why would you need houses? Just, you know, just have more military. That's it. What about animating the icon on hover? More work, but easier to make the intent clearer. I could do that, yeah. But I also wanted to have something that would be readily... that a person could interpret readily without the animation, right? That makes it a little bit more instant. You know, a person looks at an icon and it immediately, you know, gives you the information that you need. Let me just look up. Okay, let me look up a video. I think it's easier for me to look up a video. Because I believe this shovel right here on The Sims, I think these are terrain tools. These are kind of like forestry tools, you know, your trees or flowers, etc. Water tools. So none of it is actually there for... Okay. Do you showcase the whole building process? That's what I want. I want to see a whole house getting built so I can see the tools happening in real time. Okay, this one seems like what I want, what I'm looking for. Okay, let me look up here. Okay, play it. Let me put it up on screen for y'all so y'all can see it with me. I want to see tearing down a wall. Okay, it does change the icon a bit. Oh, it's a bulldozer. It turns it into a bulldozer. Oh yeah, that's not gonna work. That's way too modern for what I'm intending. Never mind. I'm thinking of other games that I could use as inspiration for this. Actually, okay. You know, there is another option here. I just realized. Let me see. I can't play the demo. But I can watch someone play the demo. Right? I don't know if it's going to have what I'm looking for, but I do wish the demo was still available, though. It's a little sad. Okay. This should... Okay, let me see if this... Let me see if this... I just want to see... Oh, that's right. You can relocate stuff. I don't think I used that, though. This is going to be so hard to find. Because it's something really specific. Because, yeah, placing... Is that a hammer? I'm looking at someone playing this. Is that a hammer? Does it look like a hammer? I don't know exactly what it is. It doesn't look like it, though. It might not be that. Wait, demolish is a pickaxe. It's right there. It's a pickaxe. Interesting. Very interesting, I gotta say. What is the problem we're trying to solve? I wanted to have an iconography for building and for destroying. And I'm trying to look at what other games did with that. And apparently, Anno is using a pickaxe for destroying. I don't know if I want to do that, though. Because then I'll have to set up miners, and miners will have pickaxes. It's going to be very confusing. No, it has to be something else. I don't know exactly what it's going to be, but okay. Guest streamers studying the competition. I mean, you know, I want to see what other kinds of games in this genre have done. Yeah. Miners. Ers with an E. What kind of stream is this? Oh, man. You shouldn't make children work, especially not with pickaxes. That is true. You definitely shouldn't. What about a skull? That wouldn't work very well for buildings, though. I see what you're hinting at, but for buildings, that doesn't work very well. As a kid, I yearned for sorcery's mines. What? Oh my gosh. Man. This is tricky. This is really tricky. I wasn't expecting it to be this tricky. Let's add a screenshot here so I can remember that demolishing is a pickaxe, which is like so weird. Because they do have they do have mining jobs in this game, right? And they still use the pickaxe. That's so weird to me. I mean, I guess I kind of, at that point, I'd rather just use the shovel, I think. Okay, last one I want to check. And then I'll move on to something else because, you know, there's other stuff to do. What does... Because I don't remember. I haven't played it in a while. I need to find a very specific screenshot. Again, if I can't find it, I'll try to look up a video. I'm trying to look up RimWorld. See what they use as their iconography. Oh, okay. I think I know now. I remember now. It's a wall being torn apart. But that's because they don't have a specific icon to just build a thing. That's the thing. Okay, give me a second. So RimWorld is a little bit different. Because RimWorld, you don't have the menu to build, it doesn't have an icon. So you just get something like this. It's a wall being torn apart. But you see, the problem with iconography like this is that you could easily also think this is just putting up a building together. You know, it could go both ways, which is not ideal. JJ with no sauce? Wow, what a name. Welcome in, welcome in. welcome, welcome. How about bomb? Destroying with bomb sounds fun. Yeah, destroying with bomb sounds fun. Thing is, bombs weren't a thing back then. That's the thing. And even so, that would be quite a controlled destruction right there with bombs and stuff. I mean, it could work in a different setting for sure. But in this one, I don't think it's going to work, sadly. I don't know. You know what? I'm going to leave it like this, and I'll use the cross for now. Oh, I just realized it's getting super dark. What? When did that happen? Okay, let me just turn on the lights real quick. Sorry about that. I didn't even notice. It's getting super dark, and I didn't even realize. It needs a minute to heat up, so you know, give it a second and it'll light up. Oh yeah, sadly no destroying with bombs this time. I missed it. Are you trying to choose what to do when you hover over the buttons? Not exactly, just the icons. You know, what to put here. Build, I was trying to put a hammer. Destroy, I don't know what I'm going to do. Yeah. A broken vertical column would be nice. It would. Could be. I would just need to find a way to make it look like it was deliberate. But that could work. Because I think I have a good idea. By all means, share. If you want to, just share. Something like... with the rubble around. Something like that. If you saw my suggestion previously, I missed it. Oh no, I did. I just saw it. Yeah. I don't think they took structures apart during that time like we do today. I would reckon that they would try to preserve the bricks and such. They did, yeah. They basically would just reuse things from one place to the other. They wouldn't technically just destroy. Nowadays, for example, when we want to destroy a building, we just tear it apart. Back then they would reuse the stones for other stuff, which makes it even trickier. It's. Yeah, it's complicated. You could have vines above the buttons, and then the vines would spread out when you hover over the button. Kind of like a little animation, like a little flourish when you select a button. That'd be cool. I might be wrong. No, you're probably quite right. I do think that's how they did it back then. Yeah. They wouldn't destroy the building. They would technically just. That's why I'm kind of avoiding in the code. I don't even use the word destroy. I think I use deconstruct or something like that, because that's basically what they did. They would tear the building apart, but they would preserve the raw materials as much as possible. Yeah. That looks quite okay. I mean, it could be. Or I could also just have, I don't know. I could do the wall bit. But that might be confusing. So it's not, it's complicated. Oh, Polymatron, thank you. Thank you so much for the hydrate and welcome in. Cheers. It would be on theme for the game, and it would also be a nice callback to the whole witch thing. Yeah, it could be, yeah. I'll try to do some designs for it. Right now, I'm more focused on the actual layout more than the designs for buttons and stuff. But definitely, when you get to the designs of everything, I'll try to add up some flourishes. I think it's going to be real nice. I'm excited about that. More excited than this part, because this part is the part where I second guess myself all the time, and I try to think of ways of doing things that it's not always, it's not a 100% fixed science. So you're always just, trying different things and seeing what sticks, basically. There are a few rules. There are a few golden rules and everything, but yeah. Schuber is sketching and dude is thinking about polish. Calm down, bro. No, but it is a good suggestion. It is a good suggestion. It's fine. I don't know. I'll keep that in. I'll keep this as a secondary. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. Actually, let me put this up here. Put that right here so I know it's a destroy button. No, Jay, I spent the whole week without messing with him. Give me this one, please. All right. I will not deny you. David? Welcome in. How thematic do the buttons need to be? I don't know yet. That's the thing. Right now, I'm more focused on layout. Or do you mean the icons? Is that what you're asking? How thematic do the button icons need to be? Because if so, I mean, I would prefer if they were on theme, but if I can't find a good way to communicate that, then I'll just have to stick with, the closest bit that doesn't look too anachronistic, I suppose. Oh, and JJ with no sauce. Thank you. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know about that one. But we'll see. Okay. I'm gonna move on. It's fine. Okay. So right now, when we select a building, let me build up something here. I need to build something for this to work. Okay. That took way too long. I thought it was gonna crash. Okay. Oh, I need a miner too. Okay. Oh, okay. That shouldn't be there. I have a bit here. When it's being constructed, okay, so it needs a few things. So buildings, in a way. Whoa, calm down. So buildings need a few things. Why do you keep doing that? Information on construction. That's a given, right? This includes priority and how far along the building is, right? Actually, maybe I should just draw it instead of listing it out. Give me a second. Okay. It's not going to change too much from what I have here. It's basically just priority and then a completion bar, which is what I already have, here. I don't know exactly how it's going to look, but, Because the build can be a mortise and a tenon with an arrow pointing in, and deconstruct would be an arrow pointing out. Could also color code green, red standard. Mortise and a tenon. I'm not familiar with that. Oh, the carpentry? Like in a carpentry sense? Could be. I'll have to think about that. Wood joinery. Right. Yeah, makes sense. That could work. I'll keep this here so I can research that a bit in depth later. But thank you. Thank you so much for the suggestion. I'll take a look at that later. Thank you. That looks so cool. Thank you. Doran CZ. I'm assuming that's Czech. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Please, I think I'm going to be fired on the short term. There's nothing more to intimidate me. Are you really? I'm so sorry to hear that, Fire. Ramp down? Ugh. Not sure. All I hear from the managers is there are some complaints about me. They never specify or make them valid. It's just this cloud hoping that I feel bad and quit. That really sucks. That really, really sucks. I'm really sorry to hear that. Hopefully, hopefully things improve. And if not, you'll find something better than that. Because that sounds like a terrible way to work. Hi, Adorum. Welcome, welcome. Yes, CC stands for check. Yeah, let's go. Nice that you know. Yeah, I mean, something that I catch on here and there. But yeah, welcome in, welcome in. I kind of want to do priority the same way I'm doing now. Maybe I don't need all this text. I would like it to have an icon for this, but okay, me wait. Okay. What do you think about my new theme? Oh, you got a theme going on? Let me see. Let me see. Ah. Let me put it up on screen so y'all can take a look at it. Okay, let me start that over from the beginning. Otherwise, it's not going to be no fun. Actually, let me put this full screen because I got a few options going on. Color picking. Is that for, your team color or something? That's cool. Very nice. Very nice. I see. I see. I mean, the only thing I would say is that the font is a little hard to read. I don't know if it's just me, but the font is a little hard to read in some places. Especially in the K's, right? Sometimes they look like X's. Kind of hard to figure that out sometimes. But yeah, other than that, it's looking quite nice. Me like it. Like it. Not sure. All I hear from right, yeah. I already read that, sadly. Yeah. Such BS. Saying there's complaints, not saying anything specific is BS. They'll probably just want you to up and leave. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I've also had that happen to me. So I know how that feels. It's really bad. It's just vague stuff. Oh, there's this and that. And then you ask and you press for more stuff and they just never say anything. Oh well. I was away for a while. I tried to make a retro theme for my game. Yeah, it makes sense. And it's looking nice. Thank you for your feedback. Yeah, I think that's the only thing I would probably... I mean, do check with people once you start your playtesting. If you really like the font, you can do playtests and see what people think of it. But yeah, for me, I definitely do feel like there might be a problem there in the future when people are trying to read stuff. Because the font is a bit hard to read, at least for me, right? Might not be the case with everyone, but I just wanted to point that out because it might be something that comes up, and that way, you already know if that's the case. Thanks. No problem. No problem at all. I like pixel art very much, but I don't know how to start doing it. What would you suggest? I mean, in my case, I started with very small canvases, something like a 16 by 16 pixel thing. And, to start out, I guess what I would recommend people do is just try to recreate something very small from something you already like. Because that way you can then fit, a certain piece into an already existing thing. And that gives you a bit of starting point. You're not starting from scratch, which usually is very hard to do, right? Trying to recreate stuff from older or other games you like might be a good starting point. And from there, you can start doing your own thing once you get more comfortable. Yeah. Anyway, I need to go and work on my game again. Take care. Take care, TV Faxway. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, also, ads are starting soon. I will take a quick break and then I'll get back to it. Yeah. I'll just be away for a few minutes and then I'll come back. But yeah, Dorm, looking up tutorials for smaller things, that would be my best starter place. Find something really small that you can recreate fairly easily and then just go with that. And after you feel a bit more confident, then you can start working on your own original pieces. I won't be here after the break, so thanks for the stream, Manusha. Good to have you back. Cool tomorrow. Thank you so much for being here next. Thank you. No problem at all. And thank you for being here. I do appreciate it. Yeah. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'll coo you tomorrow. Coo tomorrow. I don't know anymore, Ben. I don't know. But thank you. Thank you so much for being here. I do appreciate it. Okay. Ads are up. I will take a quick break. Just, Beth tomorrow. I'll take a quick break, and I'll come back once the ad break is over. So I'll see you then. And also, bye next. Have a great rest of your day. See you guys in a bit. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Sorry about that. All right, let's get back to business then. Jump scare? Yeah. Sorry about that. Okay, let me get back to this. I'm not sure how I want to do this though. Not tu padre. Wow, what a name that is. Welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you. Thank you so much for the follow. The Tugas of the Tuga management. Yeah, sadly, it is a thing. I think I'm going to keep this as is. I'm not going to touch on this very much. Just, no, I'll just have the buttons for the priorities. They should all be the same size, though. We'll fix that. And then the whole progress bar. Yeah. This is going to be for construction. Why does it do that? It's driving me nuts. Okay. Yeah. So that is for construction. Now, when you have, you won't even let me click on this. Just kind of bad. Okay, this thing is not working, but that's okay. That's part of why I need to redo this. Okay. Guess it's a good time to do a new layer here. Let's turn all this off. Okay. So a villager list is probably going to be used in a lot of places, including, the actual villager listing, but also other places such as, figuring out who should live here, etc., etc. Yeah. Ronkoni, welcome, welcome. Hi. Heya. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing good. A pile of bricks representing the priority might be fun. 1 brick low, 2 bricks medium, 3 bricks in a pyramid shape high. That could be it. Yeah, could do something like that. Could also be, yeah, instead of that would actually work quite a lot better, I feel. Cuz in that case, I could just do it with icons instead. Not exactly a pyramid shape because that might be hard because this is something that the user has to click, right? So if they're in a pyramid shape, it might be hard. And also doing it with buttons like this, it might be actually I got an idea. Hold on. It's more or less on the vein that you were saying, but actually a little bit different. Just because I don't want it to have a weird shape because people are going to have to click on that to set it up. But I did think you could do, for example, something like little hammers, and they could either be filled or they could be in shadow, right? And you could, and in this case, you could have as many hammers as you wanted. So here it would be medium priority. And if you fill it up, you add more priority, but you could also, remove priority from it. That could work. I do like that. I do quite like that because that makes it a bit more extensible. I could easily just, if I wanted to add more steps to this, if I wanted 7 priority levels, I would just need to add 2 more icons instead of figuring out names. I mean, I would still need to do something here that would signify that this is the highest priority and this is the lowest. But having the icons would help, keeping it a bit more visual. I like that. I do like that. Yeah. I'll keep it like this. I think this might work. This might work. I like it. But the thing with the pyramid, it is fun. It is a fun thing to think about, but it's really hard. If you wanted to do it like this, then it's really hard to, a person clicking. Where would you click to be the highest priority? Would you click here because it's the right most one? Do you click here because it's the top one? It's a bit more difficult to keep track of what that means. Yeah. Because by that definition, if you wanted to add more stuff to this, which it could happen, right? You could also just add new bricks here, but then it gets muddier the more bricks we add in. What is the highest priority, I mean, technically, as this builds up, I guess the highest priority would always be the top one. How would you fill this up, though? Is this mid priority? Is it this? Is it this? It's kind of hard to figure that one out. I would use people, but if you change the character sprites, you would have to change that as well. As for building priority, I'd use whips, but my sense of humor is not for everyone. Damn it, Reef. Damn. Could be. No, but we're not doing that. We're not doing that. I think hammers are okay. I think the hammer's width is right. Right. Bricks could work if it's a one button and it cycles. No, yeah, that could work too. Now that I think about it, yeah. But I wouldn't use that for anything above 3. Yeah, it might be a problem unless I find a way. I mean, it could work if I did something where you'd put a minus and a plus here. Right? And then, well, the whip is in the way. Give you a second. Get this thing out of here. Put it right there. We'll keep that there just for funsies. So it would have to be something like this, right? And then you'd cycle through everything. But I still think this is more readable, because the problem with this one is that it's hard to read at a glance what it might be. I guess that's my biggest fear, is that it might not be easy to for people to process. It is a nice idea though. I do like it. It's a bit more visual. It's kind of nice. Hammers are nice and scalable if there are more or less. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Yeah. I'm just gonna whip up a house over there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Whip a house into shape. Oh my gosh. It's more like I'll use more whips to improve productivity. It's it's a team building tool, I've heard. You make people work more. Oh my gosh. Could be, but that's mouse movement and click, which is not good long term. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Mana Lords has plus minus on worker assignment. Oh yeah, that's actually a good point. I haven't checked out Manor Lords. I probably should. Has plus minus on worker assignment and QE on shortcuts though. Yeah, shortcuts are going to be very important. I need to add those in at some point. For sure, for sure. But yeah, Manor Lords might be a good game for me to check out the UI, because I haven't checked that out recently. I did play a very early demo, I'm going to say a few years ago, but I don't remember how the UI worked. I could take another look at it. Might be a good thing to check out for sure. Hey, Basarodi. I have some bad news for me. Not bad news for you. I swapped desktops and I didn't get all of my stuff moved over, apparently. So either I start over, I do another project, or I just don't. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Rubix. That sucks. Oh, man, that really sucks. Dang. No way to get it back, I assume. Man, that really sucks. I'm so sorry to hear that, Rubix. Hopefully, with all the knowledge that you had, you'll be able to whip something up fairly quickly now. But yeah, that really sucks. I'm so sorry to hear that. The beatings will continue until morale improves. Oh yeah, because we all know that works wonders, right? A person's morale is low, just whip them up. That'll do wonders for their morale. Oh gosh. Well, exactly. You should or shouldn't. I lost about 2 weeks just playing. Yeah, I mean, there is that. I can get lost in those kinds of things. But if I'm just looking at the UI, I probably wouldn't take too long. To be fair, Mariner Lords is a somewhat confusing UI. Farthest Frontier is way better. I have to look up at Farthest Frontier. Last time I looked at it was so long ago that I don't even remember anymore. I'll have to look it up. I'm actually, okay, let me put up a small list. Let me jot those games down so I can look them up later. Just put them down here so I've remembered to check the UI on them. Because those two I haven't played, so... I have played Mana Lords in a very early demo, so, I probably... The game is probably very different now. This looks very good. Yeah, Farthest Frontier is looking very, very nice. We were looking at that, 2 weeks ago now. Yeah. Maybe, but I have to swap out a bunch of components to get it, then move it to a USB or something, then put all the components back and redo all my wires again. Then maybe, oh, that really sucks. I'm so sorry, Rubix. That's really bad. I'm really sorry to hear that. Diplomacy is not an option. The UI is very minimal, reminiscent of Age of Empires. Mandalore's got a huge update. It even broke save games. Dang. Okay. Diplomacy is not an option. Is that the name of the game? Diplomacy is not an option? I'll have to take a look at that. I'll jot that down here. Thank you. Thank you for the suggestions, by the way. That helps. That helps quite a bit. Can hardly believe it's from the peeps that did Grim Dawn. Who? Diplomacy is not an option? It is? Right. It's more on the side of the RTS genre. Well, I mean, I am taking some inspiration off of Age of Empires. It's also an RTS, right? I mean, it's okay. Not everything is going to be transferable, of course, but some stuff is fairly common among both games, so it's fine. But thank you so much for the suggestions. I'll take a look at them. I'll have to look up videos or see if there's demos or something. I do like this. I think this has potential. Okay, I'm gonna leave it here. Let's do the villager list. So the villager list is something that I've been thinking about. Cause the way the villager list looks now is a bit plain, to be fair. But I definitely could stand to make this look a little bit better and not as wide. Right now, there's way too much spacing, way too much there's also way too much info here that you don't need for village management. You don't care about what weapon they're using, right? Or if they have armor. You don't really care about that. The rest of it is okay. The rest of it is fine, but I want to do this slightly differently. Stupid idea. If you go with the bricks at around 10,000 clicks, just show a photorealistic image of the pyramids of Giza. Could do that. Could do that. Project Unfarmed. Hello, and thank you for the hydrate. Cheers. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. I mean, yeah, at some point I'll just pick this image up. Wait, where I had an image because I was looking up Pharaoh, the game. I was looking it up. Where did I put that image? Did I just not save it? Boo. It was right here. Here we go. Wait, did you not open? Oh, it's still loading. Are you not going to load? Boo. It's not loading. I'm sad. Anyway, there's others. Yeah, I'll just put this. I'll just put this over, a pyramid. That's it. A callback to Pharaoh, which is a great game that I love very, very much. It is indeed. I love that game. Pharaoh is one of my favorite games ever. I really, really like it. Okay. Villager list. Let's do an item for a villager. So let's assume. Okay, let me. How big would an item for that be? Something like this? I don't want it to be too large. You can always check the info from the villager on another screen. But yeah, we'd have somewhat of a portrait here. I'm not sure if it's a portrait or for a full body. Could also be a full body. Don't know about that one. We'll see. But right now, we need a name. Name would go up here. What other info would we need? Well, if we're selecting something, let me see. This is their experience with the job. It's different. But I could add information depending on what they're doing. And this could be reused on a lot of places. Let me see. I could just. I'm going to put this up on screen. Just so. Okay. So imagine what would be relevant information to put on a person in a village, what they're doing. And the rest of it is kind of not strictly needed. I mean, maybe health, but health is more of a combat thing. I mean, it could be important in case, if a villager gets sick or something. I could add that in. But right now, just the job would be enough. Maybe have something here about the proficiency of said job. Gather newbie or gather whatever, professional or gather expert or something. Mm-hmm. I've been kicked out of my home and through no fault of my own. Yeah, I've heard that one quite a lot too. Yeah. Will live in my head until I die. Oh, absolutely. Most quotes, yeah. Most quotes from Pharaoh are just so iconic to me. I love it. I love the sound bites from it. I can't find a place to live. Yeah, so many, man. So many are just absolutely iconic. I only played Caesar 3. Are Pharaoh and Zeus worth playing? Oh, absolutely. I would definitely recommend both of them. At the end of the day, it depends. Because here's the thing. I like both. I like Pharaoh just a smidge more, but I'd say that's because I like the ancient Egyptian civilization more than I do Greek. Not by much, though. I do like both, but I do have a tendential preference for, ancient Egyptian. I do like this civilization, but I definitely think both are good in different ways. I think Zeus did a lot of nice work to cut out on a lot of busy work. In Pharaoh, you have a lot of busy work that they improved in Zeus by quite a lot. So in that case, Zeus is the better game, but I still prefer Pharaoh for, the thematic, I guess. But I do love both dearly. I do still think both are, absolute classics. I would definitely play both. That's the thing. I would definitely go with both. Pharaoh for sure. Yeah. Pharaoh is great. I love the heck out of it. I like Zeus too, but Zeus for different reasons. It's a more streamlined game. You don't have to do so much, it's easier to manage. That's the thing. They've added new features that make it easy to manage a city. Whereas in Pharaoh, you have to go through the weeds a little bit. But despite that, the game is still very enjoyable. I do like both. Having tabs on the top of the page, generic skills, combat, toggle Q&A. Yeah, maybe something like that. But this is, remember, this is for a listing. This is not the character. This is not all the character information. This is just the listings of a character. So at the end of the day, you'll see this, right? You'll see stuff like this. This is when you need a certain character for something. And these are your options, right? That's the kind of thing we're working with here. So maybe we don't need this whole thing to be this big. I think I'm actually going to cut this down. I'm going to actually make it just one line. Or maybe it might not be one line, but it'll definitely be... Hola, Jo. Hi, Azil. Hola, hola. Hola. There's also Emperor, Rise of the Middle Kingdom, if you wanted an Eastern flavor Pharaoh. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. There's also, yeah. I do like Emperor. I've played Emperor quite a bit. I play them all quite a little bit. I think the one I played less, ironically enough, is Caesar. I actually didn't play Caesar as much as all the others. I play the others quite a bit. Yeah. Hola, hola, Gil. I hope everything's good. Welcome in, welcome in. If it's for specific job assignment, definitely related skill plus current assigned job. Yeah, that was what I was thinking. Yeah. I would have a name and then something here that would indicate their job, I guess. Because if I remember correctly, let me see if I can look it up. But there is a menu like this in Cultures 2. Not sure if I'm going to be able to find it, though. That's a bit of a thing. Because it's a very specific menu. Let me see if I can find it. There is a menu with villager listing. I'm not going to be able to find it, not in a million years. I could look up footage, or I could also look up my own footage because I've also played that on stream. I did play that. I just need to find it. Should be easy enough. I think I have a playlist for that. Yeah, here we go. Okay, let me see if I can. Here we go. Let me see if I can find the listing I want. Not on this one, but... It's going to be so hard to find it. It has to be during the building phase. should be around here somewhere. Ah, there it was. Okay. I got it. Just need to check. Here we go. Okay. Here's what I mean. See? There's the character. It has their profession, their experience, and if they have a home. And, there's a little icon of what they look like. And then there's filters, which is also something that I've also done. I don't have a lot of buttons for it, but this is kind of what I'm thinking of doing. So yeah, maybe just name and profession will be enough for now. I can, add more stuff to it later if I really need to. Kago, welcome in. welcome. I hope you're doing good. Hadn't heard of Emperor. Putting it on the backlog also. Yeah, Emperor is also pretty good. I do quite like it. The sound of temples. It's like this flute. I can't exactly place it, but there's this sound in Emperor that will live in my head rent-free forever. It's almost online class time, but I wanted to say hi. That's totally fine. But thank you. Thank you so much for jumping in. Welcome in. Hey there, Kago, Jill. Did you miss us? Look at her so young. It's only a year old, all right? Don't do this to me. I was 1 year younger here. This was a year ago. Almost a year ago. This was on December. So it's still a month away. Well, not exactly a month away, but yeah. Need to go? That's okay. Thank you so much for jumping in, Jill. Thank you so much. And enjoy your classes. We'll start. Did you miss us? Yes. GameDev takes a toll. That's true. This video is from last week. I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but yeah. I want a little icon here of their profession. Just a little icon like that. Something like this. I don't know. So this is okay for just listing a person. However, for the whole thing, the darkness of your environment is not helping. What, is it really that bad? I mean, it's the exact same light that I had a year ago. Are you telling me that the lighting is worse? The lighting is exactly the same. I didn't change one hair of it. It does look a little lighter here, but I think that's because it was a little lighter that day. I had the window open, but at this point in time, it's really, really dark outside. It's not this bright anymore. So, Maybe the light is going out. Maybe that's it. Maybe the light is just giving out. Because I'm looking at it here. It definitely feels like it's more, I don't know. It feels a little less. Oh, you know what I think it is? I think I know what it is. It's the bed. The bed kinda propagates light a little bit better. The bed there in the back does not do that all that well. I think that's it. Let's do that. It's the bed's fault. The days are still sunny and pleasant, but it was dark. It goes dark. Yeah. For sure. The light inside is broken, but it still works. Hey, I mean, I don't make the rules. You need some cozy LED lighting on the background. Maybe I should put something up. I mean, I do like this one because it's fairly, what's the word? It's fairly soft and it lights up the whole thing. In the camera, it doesn't look that good. And I am aware, I'm looking at the camera right now. It does look pretty bad on camera, but in person, it's actually quite nice. It's just enough to feel cozy and, in light, right? But in the camera, it looks quite a bit worse, for sure. I could also try to move it, maybe moving it would help a little bit. Is that better? Your POV looks like you're writing letters from the front line with a candle. Hey, I mean, That's a little bit better though. Yeah, it's just the placement of the lighting, I think. I think that looks a little bit better. Yeah. It's not perfect, but at least it doesn't look as dark anymore everywhere. Yeah, okay. I'll keep the light like this then. There you go. Just I probably need to. Yeah. Okay. I think it's good. Yeah. Hopefully this should improve lighting somewhat, because it was a bit off to the side. That's why it was, and it's behind the screen. So the screen is kind of covering up some of the light, but now it's actually on top of the screen. I actually moved it up, and now it's all the light is coming across and it's lighting up the whole place. Yeah, I do like it. Okay, I'm going to keep it like that. I think that looks better. You do you, Jay. The more important is your comfort. No, for sure. But yeah, this looks good. I think I'm going to keep it like this. I do like it. It feels a little better. I don't know why I moved. I must have moved the light for some reason. I don't remember why that was, but yeah, I don't even remember why that happened anymore. Yeah, but I'll keep it like this. Yeah. I just can't code in the darkness. University killed that power for me. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. But I mean, I can still see things clearly. That's the thing. I could still see pretty well. Even, with a light like this. It might not look as good on camera, but the room is actually very well lit now. Even better than it was before. So, it's all good. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to fit in both of these in one line. But okay, I'll keep that in. Oh, I also need a button for extra info. Not sure what I'm going to put here, though. What would be a good icon to showcase that I want more information of this person? You say it was university. I say you're getting old. Damn, Reef. Damn. Little Juancito, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Old age has brought up another set of problems. Yeah, sometimes that stuff happens. No one is immune to that. I don't know, something like this? Feels a little weird, but we'll keep it like that. Sure. Also, just because the spacing is kind of killing me. There we go. Something like this. I'm not sure if it's going to stay with that, but this is just details, basically. Old age brings all problems. There's not a single problem that could arise from old age alone. Coding in the darkness, gaming in the darkness, or seeing in the darkness are very much unhealthy things, whatever the age. That is true. That is true. You want to, keep your eyes well lit. Whatever you're looking at, you want to have good illumination. Yield more info button. Yeah, you just gotta have it. Yeah. Oh, the Amanda Queen. Welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. I hope you're doing good. Welcome in, welcome in. Ivan like lying in bed with a star projector. That's cool. Yeah. That is pretty cool. Are you using 16 by 16 canvas for your game? Yes. Most of the stuff in the game, well, if not all of it. Yeah. I think all the stuff in the game is using a 16 by 16. There are some things that use a multiple of 16 by 16. So for example, characters here are done in 2 grid cells. So they're basically half of their body is one cell and the other half is another one. But yeah, the base is 16 by 16. Yes. Oh, they're always unhealthy, but old people are particularly susceptible to unhealthiness. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Okay, let's see. What else? Because, yeah, I don't think we need all this information for these characters. At best, name and profession. That's it. Because then I can pick this up. And do a little list of it. And then if you want to find out more information, you just use that. You just use the button. Because this is a button. This is supposed to be a button. Let's add that detail here. There. I'm not sure exactly what icon this is going to be. Because most of it is just modern stuff. It could be a magnifying glass, but that's way too modern. I don't know. I don't like this icon, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll keep it that way for now. Sandro Bondini, welcome in. Hello, hello. Hello. Can I ask you some questions for curious? Sure, absolutely. Ask away. Yeah, no problem at all. I'm not sure if follow for the characters. Sorry, I'm a newbie in pixel art. No, that's totally fine. Yeah, the characters, as you can see here, let me see. Characters are a bit bigger. So I use 16 by 16. So for example, this flag right here is 16 by 16, right? But if you notice, characters are a bit taller than that. They use, the base is still 16 by 16, but they occupy 2 cells, basically. They are 32 pixels by 16 pixels. 16 pixels wide, 32 high. But the base is all 16 by 16. Yeah. Thanks for you. No problem at all. How many words per minute can you type? Our fast typer in typing speed, you can type over 110, 120 words per minute. I made a test of that a while ago. I don't know exactly what it was. I'm between, I believe, 90 to 110 on a good day. It very much depends on what I'm typing, too. But I'm not that fast a typer. Not at All this talk about darkness in old age gave me the most horrific thought. Try to use light mode on Visual Studio again. Oh God, don't even joke about that. I actually had a program open up in light mode the other day. I don't even remember what it was anymore. It opened in light mode and I felt like I was being blinded by the light. You know, it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. Thanks for the info. No problem. It's all relative. Yeah, for sure, for sure. That is not a good idea ever. I mean, you know, some people like it, you know. That's their choice. It's fine. If I may ask, what is your viewport resolution? I can check real quick. I don't know it off the top of my head, but I can check. Oh, okay, here it is. Let me change the window. 864 by 480. Oh, I just realized this thing still has the this one still has the Halloween thing in it. Oh my gosh. The other one doesn't have it, does it? Oh, it doesn't. Okay. I forgot to turn it off. Words per minute feels outdated to me. Bugs per hour seems more appropriate for my current situation. Hey, I mean, you know, it is what it is. They can like it all they want. They're wrong. I mean, possibly, maybe. 1920 by 1080. No. 864 by 480. The thing is, you're seeing a big window. Give me a second. You're seeing a big window because I'm actually scaling this up. What you're seeing here is not 1-to-1 to pixels. These pixels are, I believe, 2 times what they should be. So for example, if I take a screenshot of this game, I'm going to take a screenshot right here, and I'm going to put it up here. You'll see every pixel. So for example, let me find a straight pixel. Here we go. This pixel is 2x2. So at the end of the day, how much is this? I don't know. I'd have to multiply it by 2. Let me see. 1728 by 960. That's the size of the game at this specific point, right? At this resolution. But the resolution scales based on the size of the window. So for example, if I move over, let me see where's the game. If I resize this window, the game scales accordingly. And it's all integers. I don't let it scale outside of pixel sizes. So as soon as I make the window a bit smaller than that twice size, then it does this. Oh crap. I forgot about the ads. Okay. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry about that. Quick break for the ads. I will be back in a few minutes. I'm so sorry about that. I didn't even notice the ads thing. I'll see you guys in a second. Oh God, I totally forgot about that. I'm so sorry. See you in a bit. Hello, everybody. Sorry, took a little longer than I wanted to, but I'm back now. Here I am. Okay. Sorry about that. Let me just catch up with chat real quick. Right, because we were talking about the resolution. I'm so sorry about that. I had to, take a break because, Twitch thus demands. But let me catch up and see if there's any more questions.
Coming right up, sugar.
Oh, Rivera, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome in. Thank you so much. I'm just gonna catch up with chat real quick, and yeah. Sorry about that. I'm so sorry about but hopefully it's not that much because I can only think of a scroll as an icon, either rolled up or unfurled, but curly on top and at the bottom. Maybe I could do a scroll. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, the scaling, is it set in the settings? It not exact. Let me see. When you mean the scaling, the way it scales? Yes, it is in the settings. It's right here. Let me just move this up a little bit. Here. So you see here? Scaling is done here. So I'm telling it to have an integer scale mode. That's what makes the game just, do integer jumps instead of trying to conform to whatever size I put it in, right? It's over here. It's in the display window, and you have to find the stretch thing. I put it up on integer. That's what makes it do this, right? When I don't have enough size for the game, it keeps 1x, but if I actually make the window bigger, it actually fits to that resolution immediately, right? But this only happens if the screen can fit whole numbers of resolution. It won't let you do anything in between. That means the pixels don't get distorted, basically. But since there's no smoothing on the scaling, the viewing resolution ends up being the same. That is true. Yeah. It's just a little scaler, right? It's not anything too complex in that regard. Yeah. Oh, Rivera, you rated! Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I totally missed it. I must have been away. Thank you so much for the raid. There you go. Welcome in. I am so sorry about that. Anyway, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. I hope all you're doing good, and I hope you had a good time over at Reverse Stream. And also, thank you so much for the resub, River. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Welcome in, everybody. Good afternoon to the world's happiest Twitch streaming game designer. Well, welcome in, Mars. Thank you so much. Welcome in. All good. Yeah, I'm so sorry about that. It must have happened while I was away. So, I kind of missed that bit. I'm so sorry about that. That's why I try to re-chat, because then I get notified of that stuff. But yeah, sometimes it takes a while for me to get to that point. But welcome in. I hope you had a good time. I hope you had a good stream, and I hope everybody who came in from Rivera also had a good time there. Yeah. Welcome in. You're catching me in a bit of a moment today. I'm actually trying to design the UI or redesign the UI for my game, because as you can see, the UI for my game is very lacking in presentation. So today I'm actually trying to improve that by adding new elements and trying to figure out how things should look like. Yeah. Oh, Reef, thank you. Thank you for the hydrate. Cheers. Almost got snuck on a cable there. Gave me a little bit of a fright, that one. It's okay. Thankfully, nothing too bad happened. I didn't push it too far. So yeah, today we're trying to redesign the UI, basically. Eventually, I'm trying to figure this out in a sketch manner, because then I want to, program this and then do new art for it. But I'm not going to do art for it until I have the whole design set, right? So yeah, today is all about that. Trying to get that going. Okay, I think the population list is okay like this. I don't know if I'm going to add any more information here, but that's fine. We can just keep it like this. It's totally fine. Let me keep on working on the buildings a bit. Because if I remember correctly, yeah, if a building employs people, which, I mean, I was thinking about that. They didn't have any of that, I don't think. They had storage areas, but everyone worked from their home. They didn't have that concept of going to a building to work. They would usually work directly from home. So what I'm going to do is completely forgo that. It'll have a construction part while it's being constructed. I need some way to assign stuff to it. So for example, if it's a home, right? Like here, I do need a way to set the people who are going to live here, right? And in that case, I need a sort of menu like this in a way. But to do that, I will need to make this slightly differently. Because you see, here are the filters. These are the filters that I was previously talking about. Because they do have that in cultures. I don't know if I saved that image, but if I didn't, I probably should have. Right, I did not. But I do have the video still open here, so should be able to easily find it. Hopefully. Oh, I actually have information about the characters here too. I probably should take screenshots of all of this now that I think about it. Because these are going to be important for future considerations. I'm going to put that here too. Give me just a second. I'm just trying to get to the point where I actually find the thing again. Because I took it out. And I totally missed it. I don't know where it is anymore. Where did you go? I'm not going to be able to find it, am I? I don't even remember what time it was. If I remember the timing, I could possibly search for it. I can't find it anymore. No. Are you kidding me? Oh, wait. Maybe I can find it here. Now that the school is built. Yes. Okay, perfect. Here is what I want. Okay. It's only showing one person. So that is a bit unfortunate. But the whole filter thing that I've got going on here is kind of reminiscent of this specific bit from Cultures. So Cultures has this thing where you can list all the villagers from here. See? And all these buttons up here you can use to filter through certain people that you want a specific thing. So for example, you want male or female, you want kids, you want warriors, you want people with who have professions or not, if they have homes, if they're married, you know, there's a bunch of variables that you can search for here. So yeah, kind of what I'm thinking of doing with the filters thing. It's already working. It's already got a few things going for it, but I do want to add more filters in the future. And also, you know, the way this is laid out is not the best. So there is that. We'll have to contend with that, sadly, but you know, it's gonna be okay. We can work with it a little bit. So the only thing I'm thinking that the only thing we need to assign people to is homes. They are going to work from home no matter what. I'm thinking. At least that's what I'm thinking. Because I don't, yeah. What we can do, however, is in our village list, we can have the filters up here. We can filter through the villagers. And also, another important bit will possibly be adding a button here, or maybe I don't know exactly where, or maybe this whole thing should be a whole button, but there should be a way for me to select that person. Right? So if I want to select that person to, change something about her, I don't know, for example, assign her a home, whatever, right? I would want to do that from here. But that would mean that I would want the filters here too. So filters should be these small buttons. Pretty much like what I've got going on here, right? I don't want to change the layout too much here. The only thing I want to do is improve the art in this case. The layout can stay pretty much the same. And also the buttons could stand to, look a little better, but that's neither here nor there. So yeah, we've got a few buttons to filter stuff here. Even this should change a little bit. But these are our filters basically. And we can add as many filters as we want. We can have pretty much like we have here, right? Married filter, homeless filter, to try and figure out exactly, all of what's going on with the villagers and everything. These are going to be mostly the same here. People without a job, people without a home, all those sorts of things. And when you select it here, you get away from this menu and you go back to here. Oh, I was actually doing this in the wrong layer. Give me a second. A classic. There we go. So when you take this out of here, we go here and we have the person selected. And we might even, center the person on screen. Right? That would be it. Now, in here, we can have more information about what we want from the character itself. Kim Snarf, thank you. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. welcome. So here we might want to have more information about the character itself. There is a lot that can go here. But at the end of the day, what's going to be the most important? Their current job and what they're doing. I might just reorder some of these, but I'm going to put them all here. So a little icon of whatever they're doing. I'm just going to put in a hammer because, so this is the most important bit. When you're selecting a person, it's important for you to realize what they're doing. But then comes the why they're doing it. And that's where the job comes in. Man, writing in pixel art is pretty hard, I gotta say. So in this case, experience level would be stuff like, I don't know, newbie. Professional. I don't know. It might have different names, but just giving it a way for you to understand if that person has been doing the job a lot or not, basically, if they have the experience that it takes. I'm thinking of doing this in kind of steps, right? Instead of being by levels, I want it to be a little less gamey. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But for now, I'm going to keep it like this. Something like that. And this would be for experience level. Besides that, what else would it be important to know about a person straight away? I guess where they live. Also, there should be somewhere where you could see their family in a way. But since I don't have any familial ties right now, I'm not going to bother with that. I just want to bother with what I've got. So I'll just, yeah. Give me just a minute, everybody. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I'm back now. Sorry. All right, let's keep going. There is one thing here that I found very nice to have in cultures, basically, where you could just assign a person a home just by selecting it, and you could see the information about that person immediately. So if you see here, when you select a person, you immediately get information about, well, their vital stats. I'm not sure if I'm going to track any vital stats just yet, so I'm not going to bother with that. But they do have information about where they're living, and I believe this is who they're married to. It's been a while since I've played this, but I believe this is who they're married to, which is good. And you can also assign them to work in a certain place. So these small buttons right here are shorthands for you to be able to, do whatever, it depends. So for example, here it's to assign them a home, here it's to assign them a spouse, uh, it depends. It's contextual, basically. It's a little button to, for example, here it's to assign a workplace, that kind of thing. Not sure I'm going to have that just yet. I might do the house one. The house is kind of important. So I might just have a place here for home. To be fair, okay, let me think about this real quick. You cannot. Certain jobs require you to have a home, right? Certain jobs don't need a home. So, for example, if you're out cutting wood, you don't need to set up a home for that. However, stuff that is more intricate, for example, a carpenter that goes a step beyond a woodcutter, in that specific case, then you do need a workbench, and workbenches can only be placed in homes. So in that case, because of that, I think I'm going to put house before job. Since jobs depend on home. Some of them, not all of them, but some of them depend on having a home. So we'll just do that. Hiya, child of honor. Welcome, welcome. Spouse. Ooh, woo. Oh, whoa. Yeah. Spouse indeed. Okay, let's move this down a little bit. And I want to put home, their home, here. So these are going to be compartments that you add to the character. In this case, almost like this, only slightly different, because you can see here that, you can collapse any of these subparts of a character's information sheet, right? You have a section for the equipment, you have a section for their work, you have a section for, their general stats and everything like that. It is kind of what I'm doing here. So these are sections that can exist or not. Roger, welcome in. Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. I hope y'all had a good time over at Roger's stream. Welcome in. Welcome, Roger. And thank you so much for the raid. Let me just give you a shout out real quick. There we go. Hey, I can type. I'm good enough for it. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. Oh, also, both Revere, if you're still there, I didn't say it, but and Roger, if you want to share something in chat of what you're working on, feel free. Share with us what you're working on. It's totally cool. Also, welcome in, Roger. Hello. I hope we're doing good. How fares your game? How fares your projects? Hopefully everything is good. And to anyone following in from Roger's stream, thank you so much for coming in. Welcome in. I am working on this colony sim that you see right now on screen. I am currently on a mission to improve the UI for this, so I'm trying to sketch it out. As you can see, characters are going on about doing their own thing, but I want to have a better UI for this, so I'm trying to improve that a little bit. Working on landscape. I see. Very cool. UI. Yeah, I mean, I've been going through a lot. I'm mostly just sketching it right now. I'm not too focused on visuals. I want to make sure that I have the information there, but I'm not too bothered by visuals for now. That's going to be a later stage. So for now, I'm just trying to figure out, okay, what exactly do I need to make this UI work? What makes this UI functional? Where should I place things? That sort of stuff, right? And I've been, doing a few tidbits that the whole game, mostly the whole screens in the game that I need to work on. So I'm trying to, weave that in. But yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Yeah. The content more than aesthetics makes sense. Yeah, I mean, because I was thinking, I have a strong vision for what I want the UI to look like. But I want to make sure that I'm not just doing art for art's sake, and then I change the way the UI works, and suddenly all the art I've done is for nothing. So I'm kind of trying to avoid that from happening. So yeah, I'm trying to sketch as much as I can, make sure that I've got a good solid foundation. And yeah, I will implement this. So the whole thing is I am doing this sketching phase. I will implement these sketches into the actual game, and then I'll beautify them with new visuals and stuff. That's the current goal, I guess. I did a little bit of that mistake, to be honest. I mean, we all do, right? To be fair, the way the game is looking right now, it's very utilitarian. It does its job well enough, right? As in a utilitarian way, the button exists and it does what it's supposed to. But in sort of a user experience way, in a layout way, it's not the best. It needs a bit more structuring. Information needs to be, placed in a different location depending on what we're working with. There's a lot that goes into developing all this UI stuff. It's kind of crazy. So yeah, just trying to my goal here is to make the UI as close to finished as possible with this step. I want to touch on very little after I finish this, basically. I mean, I will still have to add stuff, of course. That's a given. But I want to be able to look at this and go, okay, this might look like a finished product. And to do that, I'm going to have to make more in-depth considerations than just put up a button there that'll do, which is what I've been doing so far. Some of these buttons, especially these ones down here, for example, they're just there because I wanted to put the button somewhere. I didn't even consider anything. It's just, okay, is there an empty space? Is it not too much in the way? Just chuck it in there. That's bad. I shouldn't have done that, but to be fair, the whole UI thing was temporary from the start, but I'm trying to get away from that. I'm trying to see if I can improve that. Hiya, little Frosty. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. Are you winning now? Well, hopefully. Hopefully I'm winning every day. Who's to say? Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Same with speed pause buttons. Oh, man. That's the thing. I don't have those. I would be mortified if I had to place those. I mean, technically, I wouldn't know where to put them. I would put them up here because I want to have a little clock up here. I didn't actually show, but I have this idea to put up a little visual with a sun and a moon just to simulate, to, give some context in real time. What hour is it? But yeah, if I had to put speed buttons, it would probably be here, somewhere here, around this bit, because that's what makes sense, right? But it is hard because doing buttons at the very top here is complicated. It's not ideal. So if that were the case, I would probably need to move this clock somewhere else. So I don't know. I still have to experiment with this. This is not final by any means. I do want to do a test before I actually commit to all of this, of course, which is why I want to code the UI first and only then add art to it. Because I am getting the feeling that this might look all good on the sketch phase, but when it actually gets to using it and, making sense of it, that I might just jump into a few problems that I would never realize just by, doing a little bit of a sketch. So yeah, there's that going for me. Doing good, fixing spell UIs, fun, yay. Yeah, UI, it's a thing. Ghost Lupo, welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Welcome. But yeah, that's mostly it. I've been it's been something that has been on the back of my mind for a long, long time, and I've wanted to improve the UI for this for quite a bit. I didn't think to do that so soon. Mainly, I'm glad I waited for so long because the game has changed a little bit, as stuff went on. But I think I'm at a good position that I won't have a lot of game breaking changes. I won't have a lot of breaking changes in the future, right? It'll just be stuff that's added to it, but I can easily make it, scale up if I need that, basically. Release date when? I am not going to. I would like that to be as soon as possible, of course. I don't have a specific release date for now. I'm trying to get a demo out. So that's the thing. The big reason why I'm trying to focus on, getting the UI production ready is because I want to make a small demo of the game. But I don't know when that will be, sadly. Not yet. I will need to make a few other calculations depending on how much work this is going to be, the whole UI thing. But yeah, that's, if as we get closer to the finish line, I'll be able to tell you with a bit more certainty. But for now, I have no idea. Stephanie, welcome. I hope you're doing good. Evening. Hope you're doing well. Well, thank you. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Welcome. Also, Battle Pass? No Battle Pass. You just buy the game and play it. I know, novel concept, but yeah, it's just you buy it and you play it. That's it. As soon as possible, Pog. Yeah, I mean, I've had a few times where I wanted the game to come out forcefully. And while it wouldn't be that bad, I definitely would have suffered for it. I want to make sure that I have something. I want to have a game, at the end of the day, I want to have a game where I take a screenshot and I feel like this is it. This is not going to change a lot beyond this. Sure, it might change here and there, had a few tweaks to it, maybe some colors will get, jostle around or something. But at the end of the day, I want to have something that I take a screenshot, I present to someone and say, hey, here it is. I mean, 99% of what is here is probably going to be at the end, at the end of the when the game is over, when the game is completed, right? That's what I'm trying to do. This is also going to help because I want to, the UI will be something that I decide now, and it will be a thing that will be a thing that will exist across the project, right? So the decisions I'm making now are going to basically dictate what's going to happen to the rest of the UI. So there's that. Gonna grab a drink, be right back. No problem at all. No problem at all. Sad. L take on Battle Pass. Where shall I put all my free money? I mean, you can use it. Feel free. Highest drink. Welcome. welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Welcome. Hello, everybody. You can just use it wherever you want. On another battle pass, on not a battle pass, The world is your oyster. But yeah, that's mostly what I've been working on right now. Just trying to get things ready. Trying to come up with a consistent visual language.
Coming right up, sugar.
Thank you so much, Little Frosty. Thank you so much for the sub. Fine, take my money. I got conned into it. No! But thank you so much. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much for the sub. Enjoy your sub perks, I was almost gonna say enjoy your summon perks. That's where my mind is at right now. It's bad. It's quite bad. Uh, but thank you so much. I do appreciate it. I discovered that this ancient Dell PC I had sitting next to my desk for years is actually a cool dual CPU server thing. So I've been reviving it. Oh, that's so cool. That's pretty nice. Yeah. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah. Let us know how that goes. Immediately. Yeah, that's the newest edition. Those were for Halloween. I added those in 2 weeks ago. Yeah. That's the newest one. God even got a sugar. True. Okay. Home is just going to be, there. Not sure how this is going to look like, but something like this. There. Now, this is going to look slightly different for buildings themselves. So if you select a building instead of a person, I'm going to put it here. It's not supposed to be in this side. I'm just going to put it here. No, wait, actually. I'm going to put it here. Sure. If it is a building, it's going to be slightly different. So, name of the building is always important. Now, what would a building information look like? This whole thing is just tearing itself apart. This code is very flimsy. I just realized. I don't know what I did the last time I touched this. It's pretty bad, but maybe it's because it's got some errors on it. Yeah, but it is what it is. Okay. So when you select a home, the only information you need is probably the people who are living in it. Possibly having some buttons to, I don't know, deconstruct, move the home somewhere. Because that's something you can do. You could move the home somewhere instead of completely trashing it and you could just move it somewhere. So those would be. Are you going for more than the 5 hours? Oh crap! Thank you for the reminding me of that. Yeah, I almost missed that. Snooze that. No, I gotta go in a bit. But thank you for the reminder.
Coming right up, sugar.
Mateus, thank you so much for the resub. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it.
Yeehaw, we use some GameDev right here, boys. Get in line, y'all.
Thank you so much for the sub. Oh my gosh. some city builders have that option, especially with 10 types of buildings. Yeah, it is something that I want to do because I do believe it's something that people at that age would probably do. You don't tear a building and then trash the materials. You would definitely just move the home to somewhere else. So yeah, I do want to have that option. It'll cost you time, right? It will be just as if you had built it anew, but at least you'll keep all the materials and all that information. The rest of it is just going to be still there, right? Damn, I love the country vibes. That happened a few weeks ago, and it just stuck. You know, it's a thing. It's all Fire Heavy's fault in chat. So yeah, if you wanna if you wanna talk about any sounds, take it up with him. Get in line, y'all. Yeehaw. I absolutely cooked with these notifications. That you did. Yes. I'm a humble guy, but these are great. They are great. Yes. And you should not be humble about it. You shouldn't be humble about it. They are great. They are fantastic. It's been a while since I was last here and I'm all for it. Yeah. I mean, I don't even know what prompted that conversation anymore. I guess we were talking about accents. I don't even remember what triggered me talking that way. I don't even know. But, you know, I said those things and now they're immortalized for the internet to see forever, you know? As one does. Oh, man. But okay, let me just jot down what I need here and I'll finish this tomorrow. And possibly I'll get started programming this tomorrow. We'll see. But yeah, what do we need here? I'm going to put a bullet listing just so I don't forget. I'm picking up more and more country, even with the flannel. It was the usage of y'all. Ah, that's right. Yeah. And then the redneck jargon. True. It was the y'all. Yeah. The y'all sold me out. Okay. Inhabitants. Why do you do that? Inhabitants. What else do we need? Well, building information, and that should probably go first, so. Raven Titans! Thank you so much for the raid. Hi, everybody. Oh my gosh. Hi. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. Welcome in. All right, let me just snooze these ads a little bit more. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Jay, I brought some friends. Hiya, Totem. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for bringing people over. Welcome in, everybody. Let me give you a shout out real quick.
Coming right up, sugar.
Welcome in, everybody. And thank you so much for the sub, Totem. Thank you. I'm actually, okay, give me a second. Oh gosh, I'm all over the place. I'm so sorry. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. I hope you had a good stream and I hope people enjoyed your stream. Yeah. Welcome. I hope things are good. Well, welcome in, everybody. To anyone who hasn't been here yet, hi, name is Joanna. I'm a game developer and I'm, developing this colony sim / base builder that you see before you. Yeah. So that's pretty much it. And I'm currently working on UI. I'm currently working on improving the UI because the UI of this is a mess. And I am trying to, redo the whole thing, but I'm trying to sketch it out first. So, yeah. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you had a good time. Getting all the notifications. Yeah, getting all the notifications. It is true. Hi, Raven Titans. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. I hope you had a good stream. I hope everybody enjoyed it. And welcome in. Welcome in. I missed the sugar audio. That you did. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. How's it going, girl? Doing good. Doing good. You know, just the usual. After the week of vacation, I'm definitely feeling a lot more energized. I'm feeling very good about the project. I'm starting to rethink my priorities about it, but yeah, I'm actually excited to keep working on it. Doing good, but thank you for asking. I hope you're doing good too. I'm a tester, but we can be friends. Hey, I mean, you know, I don't discriminate. Welcome in. I hate doing UI. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. It definitely takes a long time to nail the UI for a game, but you know, it's not something that I like or dislike. It depends. It depends on the day. Sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't. It's complicated. For sure. Yeah. A lot of a lot of notifications. That is true. Can I come in and throw in some ideas for the UI? Sure. You know, if you've got some ideas, I'm all ears. But yeah, I've been slowly trying to rethink the way I'm doing this, because the idea is after I finish this whole sketch phase, I will try to implement this, and then after that I'll do some art for it, because right now the art for the UI is looking very poor. It's just these orange buttons which look very basic, I guess. I wanted to do something a bit more stylistic, and that would fit the thematic of the game, the aesthetic of the game. But that's going to be after I manage to get everything ready. So first I'm going to do the sketch phase, then the actual coding of the UI, and then only after I know that everything is working well and smoothly, then I'll get started on the actual art for it. Show me. I mean, I've been jotting down most of the stuff that I wanted to have, but I'm still not 100% on it. I'm trying to think of ways to organize the building buttons, you know, have a little bar here at the top that shows you the time and the number of your villagers, and also, you know, information about the time of the year, you know, that sort of stuff. But none of this is set in stone yet. Yeah. Take a look at Timberborn's UI. Oh, cool. Okay, because I've been compiling a list of games that I want to take a look at the UI, and that's a new entry in the series. So thank you. Okay, let me just take a note of that. Timberborn. I think I've seen that. Isn't that one with the beavers, where you play with beavers? Give me just a second, everybody. Give me just a minute. Sorry about that. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, but Timberborn, it's not perfect, but it has a lot of good ideas for reference. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. I have a few games here that I definitely want to, if not play myself, at least watch a video just to see what the UI is all about. But yeah, for sure. I definitely want to take a look at other games and see what they're doing. Yeah. Exactly. It's beaver time. Literally, we say it in Italian with my sis. I see. That is pretty cute. Play with beavers. Yeah, instead of villagers, instead of human people, or just humanoids, you play with beavers. Yeah. I have it. If you want, I can share with it with family. No, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. Should be okay. Should be okay. But thank you so much for offering. But I'm okay. It should be okay. Thank you. Also, Surviving Mars. Surviving Mars. I think I have that one. Unless I'm thinking of a different thing. I might be thinking of a different thing. It's a post-apocalyptic world where beavers are overpowered gods and humans are not there. I see. As they should, you know. Once humans are gone, beavers will climb up the ranks. Sounds legit. Sounds totally legit. It's perfect. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at it. I think I've seen this on Steam's showcase. I might even have wishlisted it, but I haven't taken an in-depth look at it. Yeah. But yeah, I'll definitely take a look at it now, for sure, for sure. Dolphins are smarter. They will one day conquer us. That is true. That is true. One day, the animal kingdom will overrule us. And then we will rue the day that we've messed with animals. For sure, for sure. But yeah, basically I'm just trying to get the UI sketched out so I can start implementing it. And then after that, after I've done implementing the whole, the whole bits, then I'll start working on the actual art for it. I'm kind of excited because I have something in mind. I'm not sure if it's going to work, but I am certainly going to try. We'll see. We'll see if that works or not. I, for one, welcome our new dolphin overlords. Yeah, so do I. Yeah. Dolphin overlord sounds fantastic. I'll take it. I hate the profession name info boxes, but I love the rest. Yeah, I mean, it's still something that I'm quite not happy with. I'm still trying to see exactly what I'm going to do in this case, but I'm workshopping that. This is definitely not going to be final. This is just me just throwing stuff at the wall and see what sticks. Oh, okay. I am really sorry, everybody. Y'all came in just as I was about to close shop today. I'm really sorry. I will have to close it in for today. So let me find out a person to raid. And I'm really sorry. I hate when people raid and I have to go immediately after, but sadly it is getting up to my time to leave. Who are we raiding today? Who are we doing? Let me see. Okay, I think I'm gonna go with two nerdy nerds because I haven't rated them in a while. It's all good. Yeah, I know, but I still feel bad. Yeah. Cause me too. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Glad to catch you before the end. Oh, thank you, and thank you so much for being here. Oh God. Okay, I need this raid needs to come out before the ads because I hate doing ads and then raiding immediately after. So yeah, we're just gonna okay. Raid is getting ready, and we're going. Take care and see you later. Take care. Thank you so much for being here, Stephanie. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much to everybody today. Thank you so much to all the raiders. We got actually, I think we got 3 raids today, didn't we? Revere, Roger, and now Raven Titans. Thank you so much for the raids today, everybody. I do appreciate it. Sadly, I can't stay longer today, which is a bit sad, but I do appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, thank you so much. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you tomorrow where I hopefully finish this thing and I start actually implementing stuff. So yeah, I will see you then. Goodbye, everybody. It's time to raid. I need to raid now before the ads start. Bye, everybody. Let's raid. Let's go. Did I do it? Hopefully I did it. Oh God. Raid now. What are you doing? Raid now.